I would like to begin the proceedings with some thanks to BCP Democratic Services and Dorset Council Democratic Services for co-hosting the meeting here at the Civic Centre for the first time. It has been brilliant to see cooperation between the two authorities to allow us to conduct the panel in this way. I would also like to acknowledge some changes to the Police and Crime Panel membership. We have two outgoing members in form of Councillor Patrick Canavan and Councillor Andrew Starr, who have moved on. I'm very grateful for the contributions that they have made over the years, and I'm sure the panel wishes them all the best in their future endeavours. I would like to welcome to the panel Councillor Karen Rampton, who I am looking forward to working with, and also Councillor Sarah Williams from Dorset Council, who I believe is joining us online this morning. Excellent. So next we will move on to apologies. Please.
Yes, Chair. So we've got apologies from Co-optee Ben Sargent and from Councillor David Flagg. And as you mentioned, Councillor Williams is online.
Thank you. Item 2, minutes of the last meeting. Would somebody like to propose the previous meeting minutes as valid? Thank you, Councillor Gibson. And can we get a second for that? Thank you, Councillor Trent. Mark, would you like to go through declarations of interest?
Thank you, Chair. So just an opportunity for panel members invited to make any declarations that are necessary to ensure compliance with the Code of Conduct. So I'll just leave a moment of pause for anything that needs to be declared. Okay, Chair. Back to you.
Item 4, public participation.
Thank you, Chair. We've got 2 questions from members of the public. Neither are present, so I will read those out, if I may, one at a time. So the first question has been submitted by Councillor Salmon from BCP. Since 19th of June 2025, an unauthorised encampment of 6 caravans has remained on Red Hill Park, Bournemouth, despite a Section 77 notice served by BCP Council, multiple reports of criminal damage, fecal waste and vehicle-related antisocial behaviour, and public expectation, based on previous encampments, that Section 61 powers would be used once that evidence was available. How is the Police and Crime Commissioner holding the Chief Constable to account for delivering Priority 5 when an encampment remains in situ for several days after the statutory test for Section 61 appears to have been met? In particular, what performance measures, e.g. response times, use of powers, statistics, victim satisfaction data, does the PCC monitor to assure himself that Dorset Police are protecting communities from the impact of unauthorised encampments? 2, what assurance can residents expect that lessons from Red Hill Park will translate into quicker evidence-based decision-making at future encampments? Sorry, it's just the 2 questions there. I appreciate these operational decisions rest with the Chief Constable. The question concerns the PCC's oversight and the wider delivery of Priority 5. So if I pass that over to the Commissioner.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. And just to say, I'm joined this morning by my Chief Executive, Simon Bullock, my Chief Financial Officer, Julie Strange, and my Director of Operations, Adam Harold. Thank you very much indeed for the question. I should absolutely clarify, though, that the first line of the question says that implies that those 6 caravans have remained on Red Hill Park. They were moved, and they were moved. Well, I'll go into that later, but they are not there now, is the point I'm trying to make, and it's important that we clarify that. The legislation relating to the management of unauthorised encampments is complex. and Dorset Police have a robust policy in place to ensure decisions to leave, if appropriate, can be taken swiftly. Now, what I'm going to do is focus on BCP, because the legislation, what they would use, the section, is different in Dorset. And that is because Dorset has a transit camp, BCP does not have a transit camp. So I'm talking about the use of Section 61. And to give you some context, Section 61, before I became Police and Crime Commissioner, was used possibly 2 or 3 times a year. One of the things, because of the concerns of the communities, I took a keen interest in this and spoke to Dorset Police immediately I came into office. That resulted in a robust policy, which they also discussed with the local authority. So there has been join up about this. I speak to the Chief Constable about unauthorised encampments regularly. I also keep my eye on what is going on and react to information that I receive. I'm comfortable the approach taken is robust and fully in keeping with the expectation that they should be moved as soon as possible. Now, there are a number of factors here. One which can cause delay is if the landlord can't be contacted, because the first part of the equation is the landlord has to ask the encampment to leave. Now, obviously, in the case of parks, etc., that's the local authority, but if it's a private landlord, that can create a delay. The second one is the local authority. They have to be crystal clear that they have done what they need to do, and then ask the police to use S61. And then we have the factors of the police. So in this particular example, it was a misstep by Dorset Police. Basically, an officer new in post misunderstood the relevant policy and process chart, and that led to a delay in the correct power being used. As a result, that has now been amended. As a result, the policy has been re-communicated to every officer. I receive even more regular reports than I was before. And also, there will be next year, we haven't needed to do this for 3 years, it's been perfect, but next year we will make certain at the start of the year that this briefing is done again to all of the officers involved. There has also been meetings between the Assistant Chief Constable and the local authorities, both local authorities, to ensure that aspect is also robust, and we have full agreement that that will occur. In this particular case of Red Hill, the unauthorised encampment arrived on the Thursday, on the 19th. I was made aware of it on the 23rd by a resident. Immediately I cited the chief and questioned progress, and obviously that information would have flowed back to me. On the Tuesday, I also triangulated with the local authority. At the end of that, I wrote formally to the Chief Constable, just to make certain that everything is joined up, as we have had for the last 3 years. On the 25th, they were moved on. Now, subsequently, I was asked to comment for the Echo, and there was an article in the Echo. What I would suggest is if the councillor involved could have written to me on the 20th, to this day, I have not had a specific letter from that councillor about this encampment, rather than this public question. I think his residents, if I'd have heard about it across that weekend or earlier on the Monday, rather than late on the Monday by a resident, then I could have acted even sooner. So that's the point I'll make. I am very pleased about the question because it has allowed me to talk about the robust oversight there is about this, and I'm happy to pass on the Chief Constable's assurance that this will not happen again. So I'm very clear, this is one of the wins that the community has had, and we will continue to make certain it happens. Inevitably, sometimes humans make mistakes, but we get to the bottom of those and fix them immediately. That's the point. Thank you very much indeed for that opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I've got to turn this off.
Please. Thank you for the update, Commissioner. It's very much appreciated. If I could just seek a point of clarity around the differences between Dorset County's approach and BCP's. It seems to be that Dorset has a transit site and BCP does not. Does that mean that BCP has to rely more on Section 61s and it's a different process for Dorset?
You are absolutely right. If you have a transit site, you can use Section 62, and then the options are you go to the transit site or you leave the county. That's my understanding. If you don't have a transit site, then each encampment is treated individually with a Section 61. And what that means is, for example, you can be on one park, receive a Section 61, and then move to the next park. And in fact, that is what sometimes occurs and did occur earlier this year, where an encampment moved, I think it was 3 times, and had to have 3 S61s served on it. So yes, there is a difference, which is why I'm supportive of a transit camp. Well, that's a decision for the local authority.
Thank you for the clarity on that. I personally find that very helpful. So Section 62 allows a binary choice to be issued, leave the county or move to the transit site. Section 61 really just means that the encampment isn't
individual encampment.
But that encampment isn't required to leave the county and could gain access to another green space a mile down the road, potentially.
Exactly.
Thank you for the clarity. That's very much appreciated. Are there any other comments on this subject from panel members? Councillor Trent.
Yes, Chair, thank you. I have to say that the transit site is a sore point with me, because some 10 plus years ago, when I was an opposition scrutiny chair, I fully supported the proposals to put a transit site in Poole, which would have meant that BCP would have inherited a transit site. Unfortunately, right at the last minute, the council lost their nerve on it and didn't forward with it. And but I still think that that is the way forward. Unfortunately, the choice of sites is very, very difficult in an urban area. And I know there was one other area which is currently used for other purposes, and it's too close to a permanent site, because there was a big mistake in mixing a transit site with a permanent site about 20 or 25 years ago, and that caused problems to the permanent site. So the two things have to be done separately. But so yeah, the transit site, I think, is something that should be being looked into, and I will certainly raise it at the local plan stage. But the question I wanted to ask actually is, because we've had a couple of encampments, and one of them there was a bit of a debate as to whether someone left the gate unlocked and they got in, but other people have said there was criminal damage. Do we ever follow up criminal damage to the locks and entrances, or the posts and pillars and so on, of a site which they gain access to? Or do they just get moved on and everyone breathes a sigh of relief and that's it? Because in many cases there are bolt croppers involved and things are damaged. So I wonder whether there's any measures that are taken to follow that up.
So on that subject, I would be interested. I suspect it might fall under BCP public protection, but if you are able to offer an opinion on the gaining access and the follow-up, that would be useful.
I'm not specifically, because that's an operational question. Each example, I suspect, would be looked at on its own merits according to what's happened. My view is that any criminality should be followed up, whether that is the entrance or any other criminality which might be associated. Yeah, I can't talk about detail because I haven't got it.
Thank you for that. I think we may be straying a little outside the panel's purview. However, these are important issues, and I think it's worthy of members taking note of the potential to bring this up through our local authority means.
And can I just say, it's actually worth having it as an item of discussion at some stage before the next season starts, which is usually around about Easter time, because, you know, it starts then and it carries on till about now or slightly later. But I do think we need to have a robust course of action, and if there is criminal damage being caused to sites, I think criminal damage should be followed up. But that's just an opinion that, you know, even if it's difficult at times.
I think this subject covers quite a broad range of jurisdictions. I feel that a large amount of this discussion is for the local authority. But as with all crime across the county, reporting is absolutely critical. And it would be good to know that any kind of gaining access illegally is being reported and is then able to be followed up on.
Maybe some kind of joint scrutiny about the processes and so on might be worth with the PCC or whoever invited. It's probably environment and place, but you know, but it is something that needs to be tightened up on, and in the meantime, I think we need to look at the transit site option. But you know, it's the criminal damage, because I know I reported to officers the initial comment that I got from members of the public on social media that they'd cut the grass and the place had been left insecure, and so I made people aware that there was the possibility of that, but it seems that entry by criminal damage was claimed. But it's just important that we get it right, because it happens every year, and some encampments do more harm than others, but it does happen every year. But I will congratulate everyone on using section 61 far more effectively. That has been a massive improvement on where it was a few years ago. So
yes, and it's good to have the relative processes mapped out effectively. I would ask Councillor Trent to potentially raise that with the chair of BCP Environment in Place, and maybe ask for that to be an agenda item, as you say, in advance of next year. Was there an additional comment?
Only to say that one of the things which I know the local authority has been working on in tandem with the robustness of the S61 process is, over the last few years, they have been looking at target hardening of those sites which they know are, well, key targets, let's put it that way. So, you know, if you want to question about the target hardening and how good that is and all that sort of stuff, but that's out of my remit, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. So, panel members, we have an awful lot to cover today. If we could move on to the next agenda item. Second question, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the second question's from Susan Stockwell. White Ribbon, which campaigns against violence against women and girls, VORG, have told me they expect accredited councils to be working towards a policy of nil cap, i.e. a presumption against licensing strip clubs. This demonstrates the connection between VORG and the presence of strip clubs, which Dorset Police should recognise, as White Ribbon is a recognised authority on VORG. So objecting to their licensing is a valid tool. Plus, BCP is a partner of Dorset Police in the Community Safety Partnership. In the light of this and complaints to BCP Council and BCP's licensing committee of harassment of women, including in the presence of a small child, by strip club customers, shouldn't Dorset Police be objecting to annual licensing applications to clubs in Weymouth and Bournemouth? One operator who runs clubs in Weymouth and Bournemouth responded to an objection based on the sexualisation of children's school uniform, uniform worn by female police officers, and uniform worn by health professionals, that such events are common throughout the industry. By contrast, police in neighbouring Devon and Cornwall Police objected to strip club licensing on the basis of large numbers of indecent assaults in UK, despite no direct evidence of links to the clubs?
Chair, I will deal with this one swiftly if I may, as we've answered this question at a previous panel meeting, and indeed my office have responded to various similar emails from Ms Stockwell over the past year. For the benefit for members of the public, though, the licensing of venues commonly referred to as strip clubs, and also I would suggest that lap dancing clubs is also a different name for it, but more correctly called sexual entertainment venues, is a matter very much for the local authorities, not PCCs. The question in the long statement made is, shouldn't Dorset Police be objecting to annual licensing applications to clubs in Weymouth and Bournemouth? Well, that very much is an operational matter for the force, and they will look at it in the round and decide what the issues are and whether they want to make an objection. And I have seen them make objections around sexual entertainment venues.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do we have further comment from panel members on this? In which case, we will move on to item 5. Item 5 is elections for chair and vice chair, taking effect from the September meeting. This is a good point in the proceedings for me to comment on. Our current vice chair has taken the decision to step down. I would like to very much thank Dr. Elizabeth Myton for her contribution over the past 2 years, and especially in the past year as vice chair. She has been tenacious and unrelenting in her pursuit of the role. She has been invaluable dealing with very serious issues affecting policing and the residents of Dorset. But at the same time, there have been moments of brevity and humour in these situations that I will carry forward quite fondly. I would like to wish Liz very well on all of her future endeavours. I would now move on, if that's okay, with the process around election of chair and vice chair.
Should I say thank you?
You are welcome to take any course of action you deem appropriate.
Thank you, Alistair, for your really, really kind comments. It has been a pleasure being part of the panel for 2 years. And there are 3 comments I'd like to make today, if I may. And one is to recognise the incredible hard work that Dorset Police undertake for all of us. It's recognised, it's appreciated, and I wish them well, especially as a very busy summer lies ahead. I'd also like to commend the work of the Police Commissioner's Office. The research, evaluation and analysis is superb, and it's really helped us in our role as scrutineers. What Julie does with numbers will always be a mystery, and I will always be in awe. I've really enjoyed being critical friends. I think that we've got a very good, healthy, engaged relationship. We respect the work that you do, and we have confidence in holding you to account. And the scrutiny role, I think, has been undertaken with good humour. And I've appreciated my time very much indeed. Thank you.
On that note, we will move on to the election process. Thank you, Liz. Mark.
Thank you, Chair. So the chair and vice chair for the panel are elected on an annual basis. So if we could take each of those roles separately, if we may. Are there any proposers for chair of the panel? Councillor Bone. And who would you like to propose?
What do I do here? Okay, I'd like to propose Alistair, our current chair. I think he's done a great job, and as somebody from a different political party and a different local authority, I would like to propose Alistair to continue chairing and continue doing the good job he's doing.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for that? Okay, thank you. Are there any other nominations for chair? If not, can we just have a raise of hands? Okay, fantastic. So a further 12 months, Councillor Keddy.
I would just like to offer my real profound gratitude. My time on this panel has been quite an incredible experience. I consider it a real priority area in my role as a councillor. I will continue doing everything within my panel with the cooperation of the OPCC and the panel members to get the very best outcomes for the people and residents of Dorset going forward. Thank you.
And that moves us on to the vice chair. Do we have anyone proposing for vice chair?
Can I propose Councillor Brown? Bound, sorry.
That's a proposal for Councillor Bound. Do we have a seconder? Okay, Councillor O'Leary. Any further nominations for vice chair? If not, can we just have a raise of hands in support? Fantastic. So there we are, a new vice chair. Thank you very much, and that would take effect from the next meeting. And that closes the elections chair.
Thank you, Mark. And thank you, panel members. So we will continue with getting straight into the quarterly monitoring report as item 6. Excellent timing, Councillor. We're just about to get into the monitoring report. We will begin with a strategic question. Which is around the Peel report published earlier this year. The question is, how is the PCC responding to the findings of the Peel report, and in particular the 3 areas where Dorset Police were found to require improvement, which were responding to the public, investigating crime, police powers, and treating the public fairly and respectfully. Commissioner.
Thank you. So it's probably worth just talking about the Peel report and the limitations of it. For those who don't know, this is the equivalent of Ofsted, but for police forces. And it's done by the Majesty's Inspectorate for Policing and Fire and Rescue. The limitations of Peel are that it does not assess delivery versus the police and crime plan. It assesses it according to the Inspectorate's view of what policing should be. And sometimes there is a disconnect with that, which I have raised with them. The second point I'll make is that there is no differential regarding the financial envelope the force might be operating under. So if you are the richest force in the country, you get the same assessment as if you're the poorest force in the country. And that's okay, unless some of the improvements you are required to make require money. The other point I'll quickly make is that it's also a snapshot. Traditionally, you get the report and it's looking at what the force was doing about 10 to 12 months ago. So let's turn to the report itself. And I should point out also how we perform versus our closest neighbours in the southwest. So we have 3 requires improvements. The others have had significantly more, but those improvements need to be gripped. And so after the report, the first meeting after it was that I had with the chief constable and the chief officers. For that meeting, I asked them to tell me how they were going to respond to the criticisms. So I thought I'd say that because that's the governance piece from the point of view of what I was doing. So let's get into the detail. It's pleasing to note that the appeal report reflects the progress made in areas, including the force's safeguarding hubs, how the force manages the most frequent crime types, tackling antisocial behaviour, the enhanced video response facility, and the strategic and financial planning conducted by Dorset Police. Peel acknowledged that we were really making progress in all of those areas. It was gratifying that the inspectorate also acknowledged that Dorset Police understand their issues and had already prioritised them. The report notes that sustained improvements in call handling and response times, in investigation, and in addressing disproportionality in the use of police powers. It also recognised something which I say to the residents: there is very clear vision of the force which complements the police and crime plan. So they said that the force had a clear vision and it reflects the priorities based on the people of Dorset. That join up was acknowledged and is seen as good practice. Some of the report's findings mirrors areas where I too have challenged the force. For example, on call times. I'm pleased that contact officers now are answering more than 94% of 999 calls within 10 seconds. And this should be set in the context of a 20% increase in online crime reports. We also have 101 calls being answered in just over a minute at triage, and there will be more discussion about 101 later. I know the force remains tightly focused on improving this service to the public. So let's get into the detail of each of the three areas. Firstly, responding to the public. So Dorset Police has already responded and shown significant improvements in the last 12 months with 999 answering time, now consistently above 90%. That was a key factor in the inspectorate's view that we needed improvement, was the 999 answering time versus the 90% target. We got an area of improvement action from the inspectorate requiring the answering times based on the 12 months data up to June 2024. So having improved that, we are expecting that the current sustained performance will be accepted, and that means that requires improvement will be signed off in due course. So that will leave us with the two others from the point of view of requiring improvement. Now, look, I will say something about the non-emergency answering times because everybody here. The force will always prioritise emergency demand. Callers to 101 receive an average answering time of 60 seconds, where 75% of calls are resolved at first point of contact. However, the challenges remain in the secondary call handling arena. So the 70 to 75% of calls may get answered quickly, but it is then the calls which need to go on further where the issues lie. That secondary call handling, the inspectorate saw as being within the acceptable range. I, however, want it improved further. The force also consistently achieves over 80% for grade 1 emergency response within 20 minutes. Dorset Police is seeking to improve the non-emergency response and has also established something called an enhanced video response to service for more routine demand. I've talked about that here before. That was highlighted by the inspectorate. The average attendance is at 75% within the 48 hours time target, and it's now leading a national rollout of that process. I should just emphasise, if somebody wishes to have an officer visit instead of an enhanced video response, then that will always be provided. But actually, a lot of people prefer the video response for a lot of reasons. With that, Chair, I will be clear that it is the non-emergency call handling which remains the area of improvement. Apart from that single outstanding issue, the force is focusing on the priorities which I've outlined. I'm comfortable they're taking steps in order to optimise what they can. For example, at the moment, and this is a factor in the delay on the secondary call handling, there are 20 different systems which the operators have to deal with, and they may have to copy and paste multiple times. So we need a technological solution in there in order to address that. A single integrated software suite would allow their productivity to increase. That has been clearly identified. I'm grateful for the work done by my team and also the Forces leadership team to look at that solution, which can be delivered within our limited systems replacement budget. I will be able to report back at the next panel. I hope that a decision on that has been made, because that is the next step in the improvement plan in order to address the issues that we're seeing. I think I've probably covered that first one to the extent that I want to underpeel, but I will return to 101 later and we can talk in more detail about it. So, investigating crime. Dorset Police is delivering an uplift in investigative standards. This is through a clear focus on victim outcomes, capability growth and innovation. We've embedded the national frameworks, such as the National Operating Model for Sexual Offences, strengthened investigative consistency through improved use of investigative toolkits, prioritise continuous professional development in areas including digital evidence, trauma-informed practice and vulnerability. Key digital enablers, such as in improved digital evidence management and mobile systems, are also driving efficiency and improving the management of evidence and safeguarding. Strategic priorities, including dwelling burglary, rape and serious offences and domestic abuse, are supported by targeted governance and operational arrangements and innovative approaches such as the enhanced video response, which I just spoke about. It can be seen that in a domestic abuse situation, for example, you may not want a police car turning up outside your house, which enhances victim engagement and investigative outcomes. The challenge for us remains the number of specialist investigative staff, and that's a national challenge. Dorset has a dedicated board to address recruitment, retention and well-being of investigators, which is informed by those recommendations at a national level. Currently, 95% of the Force's detective constable posts are occupied either by a fully qualified detective or an officer on the investigator development programme and in training. So based on projections, because this is what we need more people coming through the training, we need more of those detectives. It's anticipated that we'll reach a fully qualified cohort at the design level by March 2028. Now, that means that there are improvements happening all the time, but that's where we think that we'll have all the investigators that we need in the right places. The key measure that HMIC FRS look at is a positive outcomes. So our positive outcomes are improving and continue to improve. We are currently running at 13.9%. The number we need to hit is 15%. We have pieces of the force which are doing significantly better. For example, shoplifting is running at 27 to 28%. That is the path we're on. Those are the improvements that need to happen. We need more of that training going through, which it will do. But there is no magic wand. You have to have the people have the training, and it takes time for them to do it. So that's what's happening. That I will look at through my normal governance mechanisms, but also the HMIC FRS will come back and they will also look at that AFI and indeed the next one. So I'll move on from that if I may. The last one is the one about police powers and treating the public fairly and respectfully. And this one hinges to a large extent on the issue of stop and search. Now, stop and search, I've always said, is a key tool for the police. It's used to keep us safe. I would like there to be more stop and search where it is needed. But it has to be done in the right way. So when I came into office, I issued a formal PCC challenge to the force on the area of stop and search and ethnic disproportionality. And I continue to monitor progress against that. When I came into office, the figure stood at 20-1. It now stands at 9-1. So we've made progress, and that progress has kept pace actually with a national reduction. But a national reduction now stands at 3.7-1. So that pace must still improve for Dorset Police. So we are no longer the national outlier, and that's what they will be looking at. And so it needs to continue so that we have stop and search always done in a fair and proportionate manner. So the force's aim regarding stop and search has been clearly laid out. It was discussed in the race action plan. The aims of the said plan are to improve black people's experience of policing, eliminate racial disparities, and become an anti-racist and inclusive organisation. Stop and search disparity is an element within that which needs to be addressed. But let's be clear, that stop and search needs to happen. If there are grounds for suspicion, it doesn't matter who they are, it needs to happen. And that's what I'm expecting. Stop and search disparity is a key area of focus. It's overseen by the executive level of the OPCC at various boards. I keep that challenge open until it has been addressed. And it's also reviewed by my use of police powers and standards scrutiny board on a quarterly basis to look at the numbers within it. The force has changed the way it delivers stop and search to focus on an intelligent-led, priority-based system, as well as enhancing training for officers in reducing unexplained disproportionality by building strong and objective grounds for search, and also considering the potential impact for bias. There is really good liaison with the local community about this in order to make certain that that is completely understood. So good community scrutiny processes are in place that review stop and search encounters. The police have their own scrutiny panel, but in addition, as I've already enunciated, we have our own for the OPCC. This includes looking at body-worn video, and where that is looked at, feedback is given to individuals as well as identifying any organisational learning. This has been highlighted by HMIC FRS as good practice. So we understand the issue, we have the tools in place in order to address it, we just have to keep working at it. And we'll see where we get to, and I will keep that challenge open until we have done so. So I hope that makes sense on that one. And those are the three AFIs. And there's a clear understanding by Dorset Police. There's a clear plan in place to address all of them. We have clear scrutiny around it. So I will be very satisfied when that first one is removed on the response to 999, and we'll keep moving with the others. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the detailed response to the question. I have a number of notes and questions that I'd like to raise, but I would like to give the panel the opportunity to go first to see if they cover. Councillor O'Leary.
Yes, thank you very much. In regard to your comments on stop and search, I fully support an increase in stop and search. I'm glad that you're making progress and putting in measures to negate some of the negative views of stop and search and the aspects. So I just want to say thank you very much, and that's a really positive sign.
Do we have any other questions from the panel regarding the outcomes of the Peel report? Councillor Wood.
Thank you. Just when you were talking there about the people responding to calls, you were talking about 20 different systems that they have to put data into, and then replacing that with an integrated system. Would that integrated system be replacing the 20 systems, or would that be an extra? Like, what is the transition, and what's that going to look like in the future, or what's your vision for it?
I don't think we're adding one to make 21. I'm pretty certain that's not the vision. I'm going to ask my chief executive's comment on it because he's closer to the detail on that from the point of view of the boards he attends. That's it, it's on.
Is it on?
Yeah, it's on.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I'm Simon Bullock. I'm the Chief Executive for the Office of Police and Crime Commissioner. In terms of your question, Councillor, what we're aiming for is a systems replacement. So currently, the control room colleagues do an amazing job at juggling disparate systems, which any of us who use IT, which is all of us, know that those systems don't necessarily work very well together. And in particular cases of policing ICT, some of them have grown up over time. So we have legacy systems, we have new systems, then we have new systems which are supposed to tie those two things together. And they don't quite work as well as we would expect them to. And essentially that patchwork quilt has grown up over time. And there's a degree of complexity in managing those systems. There's also a degree of cost in maintaining those systems. However, to move to an integrated system would be far more cost effective, but it's also a huge piece of work. The way it would be done was all of our systems replacements have a go live period, but that go live period doesn't mean we switch the old one off. We have a dual running process. So essentially that the colleagues will be using the new system over time. But essentially what we'll be doing is we'll be dual running both systems, so the old system and the new system, to make sure everything works correctly. There's a lot of systems and processes in place to make sure that that transition works well. We're also quite well practiced at it. So we're just about to move to a new digital evidence management system, which replaces quite a lot of other disparate systems. And then just the crime recording system, we use Nisha, which again replaced a lot of disparate systems. So this is just a general evolution of the use of police systems. So it will be complex, it will be a big job, it will be expensive, but the aim is that it will save money in the long run and it will certainly be more efficient. But we'll give you more information as and when. At the moment, we're, as the Commissioner says, we're hopeful to make a decision on what that looks like very shortly.
Did you have any follow-up, or does that answer your question broadly?
I mean, it broadly does, but for example, when you say you have that transition period, so in a way, you will be running all the old systems and the new system concurrently for a period of time, really? Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. That was a question I had on my list as well, so I'm grateful for you bringing that up. Please follow up.
So I just wanted to say that parallel running systems is incredibly resource intensive. I've been in that space and I know it's very difficult. Do you have a document that can publish the timelines of how long you're parallel running and what the overall plan is, so we can get a picture of that plan, so we can see when the improvement is likely to take place and what the impact on the overall system structure is?
The answer to that is not yet. So in terms of the timelines, we have been looking at, so we've been exploring the market. So the current place where we are with the systems replacement is we're exploring the market, where we've identified some possible solutions. We haven't gone to market yet. We haven't fully tendered. We haven't made the decision on procurement. So we're still quite at the start of that process. Once we go through those processes and particularly get into procurement, part of that procurement process will be the preferred supplier identifying what their roadmap for implementation looks like. That will more than likely be commercial for quite a while, so just to manage expectations. But when the availability of that plan can be shared, we'll certainly do that.
Sorry, it didn't sound like that in your first answer. It sounded like you were in full flow doing something where actually nothing is happening. So I think what would be useful is, do you have a timeline when you think this is going to happen? I mean, you must have a plan that says we're going out for a tender, we're going to review it, we're going to appoint a preferred supplier, we're going to have a period of study, and then we're going to have an implementation phase and a parallel running phase. You must have some target that you're going to put out to market. Otherwise, vendors are not going to know what they're bidding on anyway. And that would give us some idea of when we might see an improvement. I get the fact it's going to be probably many, many months, but it would be helpful if we could have something that we could then at least say to you, how are you getting on? Because every month you could come back and say what you've just said, and we're not going to know any better, are we?
I think what we're saying is that we're making a decision, hopeful to make a decision next month on what that systems replacement looks like. Until such time as we've actually got the details from suppliers in front of us, it's difficult to give you that timeline though. So we can set out that we want someone to implement a system in 3 months' time. But the reality is that we're going to be dependent on the supply of the system to actually deliver for us. The reality is that we're going to have to do this on a budget. And so, yes, we would want a systems replacement to be done really quite quickly. The reality, however, though, is that we'll be leveraging more than likely a lot of our own supports because we can't outsource it to the suppliers. We'll be doing a lot of that work internally to reduce costs. That's also going to increase those costs. So at the moment, I'm not able to give you that level of detail because we're just not there yet. What we're hoping to do is in the next month or so is to be able to make a decision on what some of those timescales will look like, have identified a preferred supplier, and start to work with them to start to map some of those details out. But at the moment, I'm afraid I can't give you that.
Just to maybe, because this is so important, that we can have a follow-up next time to say how we're getting on, and maybe each time for a while to see when we've got a plan that we can then at least see where the improvements are. Because that would help us talk to the public as well, wouldn't it?
I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment, and that's something I would have suggested. So if we could, I would like to agenda that for an update in the October panel meeting.
Well, that's absolutely right, and I totally agree with that. That's why we said we wouldn't be able to talk about it now, but we would be able to give an update at the next panel. I should say, to actually get us to the point that a decision has been made to actually go forward with this has taken a lot of internal discussion, particularly given the financial envelope that we've got. This will not be cheap, but it is necessary for the public. So that we've got to the decision point. That should be made, and then the timeline actually will be subject to negotiation with the suppliers and our financial envelope in order to get that piece right. I hope that helps, and I'm very happy for this to be on the agenda for the panel going forward.
Thank you for that. I'm really pleased that a strategic decision's been made around this, and it seems like we're now into the commercial aspect, and I do look forward to an update. Councillor Rampton.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So there was an item obviously later on the agenda which talks about stress and absences, and obviously handling 20 different systems must be very, very stressful. So it sounds as if it's not just a priority for customers, it's a priority for your staff as well. So my question was really about, before you go out to the market, are you looking at other police forces around the country and seeing what systems they use? And because I know, being at the council for quite a long time, there's many instances where we've procured something and then thought, oh, actually, that wasn't so good. There was something better out there. If only we had done more homework. So is that something that you are doing?
Yes, and that aspect actually is all completed. There's been quite a lot of work going to other forces which we know have good performance, seeing what they've got, so as we can map where we want to go. That piece is already done.
I realise we are dwelling on this, and it is a little bit of a sidestep from the agendaed question, but I do feel that this is an important line of initial scrutiny. I would like to reserve some of the deep diving for the October panel. However, I'm very interested in the digital development of systems, and the harmonisation of 20 systems into one sounds like a great step forward. I can only imagine that that's going to deliver much speedier, more streamlined outcomes for residents that are interacting with Dorset Police. I'm interested that the DEMS digital evidence management was referred to as well. Unless I got it wrong, I believe a current limitation with single online home and 101 online reporting is an inability to submit digital media, photos, videos, and we very much do exist in that age where members of the public quite often have very useful submittable evidence. When we raised this in a previous panel, it was alluded that DEMS would help with that integration as a potential future endpoint. I think the short version of my question is, will this improve reporting for residents and allow them to submit digital media as part of their reports?
All right. So we can already do that on single online home, is submit the video through the Good Sam system. And obviously we've got things like Operation Snap, etc. The digital evidence system will be more the back end. Again, we're getting into the technicality. So I think if you want us to come and talk about DEMS specifically and all the aspects of it, I think I'd like that tabled as an item so as we can do it properly.
Okay, I'm thinking that maybe this is something that we have identified some potential key lines of inquiry as part of the forward work plan. One of them is going to be a revisit to 101. I think maybe we can incorporate online reporting into that line of inquiry and expand where we can make it easier for residents to routinely submit digital media. You're right, it's a wide scope and it's way off of our current agenda item, but it is a point of great interest. So we will note that. Do we have further questions regarding the outcome of the Peel report, bringing us back into the original loop? We have one question around the investigating crime point and the staff challenges and the point made around detective constable posts and the illusion that we have DCs in training at the moment, and we hope to have a full cohort by March 2028. In terms of figures, how many detectives do we have at the moment, and how many will we have comparatively with a full cohort in March?
Sorry. We're 7 detectives down, but I won't get into that. We're 95% there.
Yeah, look, we're 95% there. The FTE is 138, so we're 7 down. I think that's right. So that's what we need to get. But the other point though is that's the numbers. We've also got to have them all trained as well. That's the point. So the training takes time. So that's why 2028 we'll have them all there and we'll have them fully trained.
So would I be right in saying that we have the head count, but they're not necessarily trained? And whereas we will have the full FTE head count by March 2028. Okay. I was under the impression that we would have a full complement by March next year. No, March 2028. Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions around this item? I realise that we have spent a long time here. It is important to scrutinise this aspect, and I think the public would expect us to, especially with the requiring improvement statuses. In which case, we will move on to the monitoring report proper. Starting with priority 1, cut crime and antisocial behaviour, which is led by Councillors Woods and Trent. If you would like to present your questions? Sorry. Sorry. It has been quite rightly pointed out that I must give the Commissioner his opportunity to introduce the priority area.
Thank you very much indeed. I know you want to get straight to the thumb screws, but
Of course.
From the point of view of cut crime and antisocial behaviour, there's a few things I want to say. I won't take long because I know the chair likes me to be succinct. So from the point of view of this, I should make the point that total crime continues to fall, and so does the total police recorded antisocial behaviour incidents. We're currently running at our lowest level since 2007-8. In the last year alone, it's fallen by 12%, and I'm determined, absolutely determined, it stays that way. There's a number of factors in there. One of the factors, I have to say, is on top of what the force does with the priority around antisocial behaviour, and on top of things, for example, like hotspot policing and Operation Track, there's also what myself and my office can do. And we launched round 5 of the Operation Relentless Community Fund during this time period. Councillors will know that I've spoken about that before. We've had some stunning successes with the money given to local areas to address antisocial behaviour. And there's a number of different ways that it can be used. It could be blocking disused toilets, so drug dealers can't use them. It could be CCTV, and we know we've seen some really good things with that. So that was launched then. Obviously, we'll scrutinise the results at a different time frame. But I was very happy to continue to keep doing that, which I will keep doing. We also provided funding to Doc Bike. You may 2 motorcyclists. And what we've done now is we're working with Doc Bike to make that provision, particularly to young motorcyclists. So it is linked to their training courses. And that, I think, means that we're getting it to the type of bikes which are really needing it from the point of view of the smaller motorbikes, the less expensive motorbikes, the motorbikes which tend to get stolen for joyrides, and that's what we're focusing on. What else did I do? Well, we looked at commissioning home safety leaflets for people moving home. So non-dwelling burglary and dwelling burglary are stable, but what we thought is we can do more about prevention. So my office basically continued the approach. We piloted it last year with one estate agent. They then went out and they basically commissioned home safety leaflets, which will go out to any estate agent which wants to give it to people when they move home. Because that's when you think about changing the locks and you think about your security. We also worked with victim support, and this was to purchase and distribute target hardening equipment. So this is about vulnerable victims of burglary. And we were aware that because of the issue around funding, the Bobby van, we spoke about that before, the Bobby van now wasn't available. We are still seeking solutions to that. But in the meantime, we worked with whoever we could do in order to try and distribute more target hardening equipment. Again, the killed and serious injured on our roads continue to fall. I have repeated my call to government to introduce harsher punishments for drink and drug drivers. And I cited 2 recent Dorset cases. Those were cases where we had drivers who were driving around under the influence of cannabis and they killed people. I'm sorry, that is beyond the pale. So we know that drug driving is increasing across the country. We also know that although there is a real significant stigma around drink driving, that hasn't translated yet around drug driving, and it needs to. What I'll just talk about briefly is business and retail crime also, which again is stable for this period. Basically, this is an ongoing development, but the next step was an improved online theft pack. So we are working towards that. We provide an update on it, and actually we now have the theft pack being delivered by PDF rather than having to be taken around physically. So that is going to cut time on delivery, but there's still more work to be done. The ultimate is to have that integrated so as it can be done, the whole thing can be done online. And the final point I'll make about priority 1 is about fraud and cybercrime. So for businesses, or indeed anybody who wants it, we do a quarterly newsletter on cybercrime. And we distribute that. This one, for example, was on ransomware. We also have a very good cybercrime protect and prevention officer, a lady called Hannah Bird. So from this period, I have started talking to residents, to councils, and saying, please have her in to talk about this. Because cybercrime and fraud is something which hardly ever gets raised with me at residents' meetings. But it's one of the largest number of crimes we have happening in Dorset. And the trick is to get more prevention out there. We've got somebody who's really good. The presentation's really good. Let's use her more. So I'll stop there now. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I do appreciate you being succinct in your responses. What I would like to say, and probably should have said at the beginning, is lines of questioning and response. We have an awful lot to get through on this agenda. We have 4 reports as well as the detailed dive into the quarterly monitoring report. Ideally, I would like us to be able to frame our questioning within 3 minutes, but have an upper maximum of 5 minutes, if at all possible. That will allow us to progress through a very dense agenda and not overrun too significantly. So on that note, I would like to pass to the priority leads to ask their questions. I have Councillor Woods.
Yes, thank you. Just on what you've just said there, the home security leaflet pilot, we talked about that before, and you were talking about how it's difficult to measure the effectiveness of prevention sometimes because, you know, it's not happening effectively. But how did you decide that the pilot was successful?
Thank you. And therefore, we need to continue to do that. Now, a lot of people, thanks to insurance companies, etc., will know the type of locks which insurance companies are insisting on. But there's other factors within those leaflets which people may not be aware of. For example, the type of plants you can grow in your garden close to your perimeter in order to basically make it harder for the potential burglars to actually gain into your garden, for example. So the pilot was well accepted by the estate agent. They saw it as a positive thing to give out. It is common sense to get as much noise about prevention out there as possible. It doesn't matter what prevention we're talking about. So that was the rationale for going forward. I mean, if I was to tell you that, for example, residential burglary, since I've been operating as PCC, has gone down 34% in total. Yeah, I'm determined that we keep trying to drive that down. And prevention's part of it. It's got to be.
Yeah, thank you. And then just onto the points that were raised in the report, the business and retail crime aspect was on Amber there. And it looks like there is a lot of good work going around it, but what are the kind of mitigating factors? What are the difficulties that we're having in tackling those?
this is also accompanied by a bit of lack of confidence from retailers to report. The percentage reported in this country is 5%. So there will still be increases in shoplifting for a long while as we encourage more reporting. And the importance of that is we have operations such as Operation Shopkeeper in Dorset, which looks at prolific offenders and actually clusters together their offences so that we can get custodial sentences or, equally important, civil orders, which might say, for example, you have to stay out of all these types of shops in this area, or the best one is you stay out of Dorset. But in order to do that, we have to keep on driving because we're not there yet. To give you an idea, positive outcomes for shoplifting vary from between 5% in this country to 32%. Dorset Police is running between 27 and 28%, so we're well up there. Operation Shopkeeper itself actually has hit as high as 70% in a month. So this is working. We're going to keep on doing it.
Could you sum up your response, please, PCC?
I thought I just did.
Then that is excellent timing. Thank you. Do you have a response, Councillor Wood?
I've got just one more question, if that's all right. The public opinion number on there, I think it's 51%. What is your target kind of public opinion, and what are you doing to kind of shift that? I mean, how do you reflect on that? Because it is marked as green in the report. I don't know if that's green because it's going up or green because you're happy with it. I don't know.
It's driven from social media. It's driven from what they see in the press. All those things, the whole plan is about trying to address that. One of the things I do know that the Southwest has higher levels of those sorts of numbers than other places in the country. But this isn't about complacency. I'd like that to be at the highest possible level. And that's why we're going to keep on striving. It has a number of different elements to it. Are we getting to 999s quick enough? That is not just about responding to the phone call, that's actually getting there. When we've got somebody, do people see them getting justice? And that's complicated because the police may arrest them, but are they happy with the outcome which has occurred through the criminal justice system? So everything is going at that. I'd like it to be as high as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. We have a further question under this priority area from Councillor Trent.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say before we leave the last question that there is this perception that retail crime does not get followed up and investigated, and smaller retailers who feel particularly threatened are probably the ones that don't respond as often. But I also think, because I've got within the ward I represent, I've got the Redlands Branksome Retail Park, and the shops that sell the most valuable items are all situated on one side, and there are back ways out. And I'm pretty certain if anyone does any casual shoplifting, organised is probably different, but if someone does casual shoplifting, they can actually get out the back, catch a bus, train, or all sorts of things to get out of the area quickly. And if things aren't reacted to quickly, they're gone, long gone. So I just really wanted to make that point, but I need to raise the question which I've advanced. the Commissioner previously identified that AI technology may be used to maximise OpSnap performance. Is there any update on this? I think we talked about it a year ago. So have we got any update?
Chair, I'd just like to make a couple of observations on the first part of Councillor Trent's intervention. The first one is regarding success around shoplifting. As I said, the highest positive outcome in the country for any police force is 32%, and we're running at 27 to 28%. We're well up there. Operation Shopkeeper is fairly unique. I've been told by the national lead for business crime that Dorset is one of 3 places which they see as starting to suppress the issue of the shoplifting. The other point I'll make specifically about the discussion about alleyways and that sort of thing is we have in Dorset Police crime prevention officers, and they work with, for example, shopping centres, retail parks, those sorts of places, as well as lots of other places, in order to try and design out crime. I think the particular area, if they haven't had a visit from a crime prevention officer, then it would be good if they wrote in, and we can make certain that that happens. I think
they have.
Yeah, I think they probably have done, and then you are in the issue of bureaucracy around what can you do about those areas. Regarding Operation Snap, so that's a police platform that allows members of the public to submit dash cam or helmet cam footage of suspected driving infractions. So we're talking about close passes, mobile phones, any other sorts of dangerous driving. It is certainly possible that an AI model could be developed and trained to detect these infractions for human review and decision, but we're a long way off that at the moment. To give you an idea of some of the complexity, you're looking at certain human behaviours, and you've got to be absolutely certain that human behaviour is occurring. At the moment, the AI models aren't there. One example I'm aware of, for example, is the idea of driverless cars. Well, they've got problems if they see if they see plastic bags. So we're not quite there yet regarding the technology. There are 10 forces testing AI-powered cameras scanning for mobile phone and seatbelt violations, which will flag incidents for human review and decision. But that's a national trial. We're looking at that and watching it with interest. But even those cameras would then have to be validated by the Home Office, and that's why they've got the trial. So I'm sorry, we're a long way off yet. But my team in the office look at all these things and see if we can get closer and if there's anything we can adopt to make it better.
If I can follow up, Chair. As I say, there was several issues raised. One of those that was raised largely was perspective, and I know that software is expensive, and I'm one of these people who are convinced that some software providers are basically coining it in with what they offer and how much they charge for it. But if perspective is one of the major problems, that is that person as close as they are accused of being and all this kind of thing, is there actually software developed for other purposes that could be used to help even in the interim? One of my sons is an architect, and I'm pretty certain that architecture must have software available to them that gives perspective, because and judges distance and so on. And I wonder whether there's something that's could be bought off the shelf that at least helps move that along, because the reports I get back on Operation Snap is that the response is very slow and only a small proportion of cases get investigated. And if any kind of software can help speed that up, then and even if it's off the shelf and not 100% for purpose, is it worth considering?
I'm pretty sure if there was some software available that could be used, that it would have been would have been brought into place. It's not just the software being used, it's the legislation around it to allow it to be used. Because, for example, the mobile speed cameras, well, even the static ones, those have to be basically licensed by the Home Office. So do you want to add anything to this, Simon, from the point of view of your technical?
I think the software is developing all the time, and we're obviously keeping a close eye on it. But the Police and Crime Commission is absolutely right. So the Home Office has to meet an evidential threshold for the use of these systems, and has a chief scientific advisor to take those systems through the proper processes. Essentially, if you look at the example of body-worn video, for example's sake, or taser, there are a number of different suppliers. Then you look across the world, there are a plethora of different suppliers of these particular technologies. They are, at this moment in time, very well understood, very well established. But at the same time, the Home Office will only have accredited a couple of suppliers, different suppliers for each of those technologies for use within UK policing. And that's where we are. So individual forces don't have neither the capacity nor the authority to go out there and simply procure a system off the shelf and then use it for evidential purposes. It needs to be badged through the Home Office in order for us to use that. Hence why there is this national trial that's been done through 10 forces and supported through National Highways Authority. Once that evidence base is developed nationally, signed off by the Highways Authority, signed off by the Home Office, the technology then becomes available to individual forces to move through into procurement. It's a long and ongoing process, but it's one designed to meet evidential thresholds and standards.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. And we should probably move on to the next question if we can at this point. Councillor Gibson, would you like to present your question?
Am I there? Is that it? Right, thank you very much. Road traffic collisions are a leading cause of sudden traumatic death, serious harm and injury in Dorset. The Commissioner is dedicated to road safety and aims to ensure that Dorset Police utilises all available tools and powers to protect Dorset's road users. One such tool is effective collaboration with the Dorset Road Safety Partnership, including the highways authorities of both Dorset Council and BCP. The Commissioner is aware that these highways authorities have a statutory duty to study RTCs and to take steps to reduce and prevent them. At the beginning of this year, Dorset Police agreed to share details of all collisions reported to them, not just the injury collisions required by the Department of Transport. This significant agreement to share all collision data is believed to be the first of its kind in the UK and will allow all partners to better understand the collision risks across the country. The purpose of my question is to highlight that the group involved in developing this new data sharing initiative was also tasked with providing clear guidance to the community about why, when and how they should report road traffic collisions. Dorset Council has provided guidance outlined in a recent media release. However, I believe that there is merit in reviewing the current approach taken by Dorset Police, particularly the processes involved in reporting collisions online. Unless the collision requires an emergency response, we currently have a two-tier approach for the public to report collisions online, which can cause confusion and frustration. Some collisions can only be reported to Dorset Police, while others can only be reported to Dorset Council using their online reporting system, and I understand that BCP may not have an online reporting system at all. Developing a more coherent response to an online collision reporting across Dorset will help to ensure better data and potentially reduce demand on the police. Can I ask if the Commissioner would be willing to commit to a review of the police collision reporting practices and with the aim of developing a single online reporting system?
Well, look, thank you for the question. It was a joy to actually work in order to get the non-injury data to be started to be looked at in this way, and for the Dorset Council in order to come forward with that. That's because I visited villages where they had not had an injury, but they had 7 or 8 gates demolished. and it would be only a matter of time in their view that something would happen. So getting the non-injury piece being considered was a major step forward. I totally agree that better collection and sharing of road traffic collision data can only help to drive down the deaths and serious injured. And the new data sharing agreement that now happens is a major step in the right direction. There is more work to do. Members will know I attend the Dorset Road Safety Partnership meeting. We've also got a lead in my office for this important area of business. So I know through the work at the Dorset Road Safety Partnership, this particular issue is already being considered. And so in effect, the review that you're asking for is already happening through the Dorset Road Safety Partnership. And the Force Road Safety Team plan to lead on further conversations in order to assess the current reporting arrangements and what options might be available. So I'm very clear, it would be great if we didn't just have Dorset Council, we also had BCP doing the same sort of thing, and then the join up around it with the police. Absolutely agree with it. So I'm optimistic that improvements can be made, certainly with regards to communication about the existing processes. But to get the single online home system to be the portal, I think is probably a challenge, because that is a national system. And at this moment, I think we are probably in the vanguard of looking at non-injury collisions. We'll see what can be done, but I think the first steps are around the communication, getting everybody on the same page locally, and then seeing where we can go forward. Thank you for the question.
Councillor Gibson, are you happy with that?
Chair, can I ask a follow-up?
Please be my guest.
It's the first I'd heard of the Dorset collision reporting system, so thanks for bringing it to our attention. I wonder what encouragement is given to the public to report things, given we talked about shops don't report things and people don't like reporting things. So how do we make it more usable? And I wonder what we can do, Chair, to get BCP to talk to Dorset and say, you've got a perfectly good system. Can we not share it, use it in some way? Because just waiting for BCP to come up with their own, I'd suggest is going to take quite a long time. So I wonder whether we should take a more proactive step in that space.
I think you raise a really good point. I think we shouldn't be reinventing wheels. I think a partnership with a successful approach in Dorset in BCP would be excellent. I'm particularly interested in this subject. We are getting a huge increase in non-injury collisions within residential areas in BCP. There can be a number of reasons for that, but getting the supporting data to use the leverage to get our road safety teams to take action is difficult. We rely on Department of Transport stats, which are often lagging by a year. If we can use non-injury collision data, I wasn't aware of a collision reporting system either. No. So I would be very interested in getting more information about this if possible. It might not be the correct time and place to do this immediately, but if there is a possibility of maybe giving us an update on the next panel meeting or some intermediary information for panel members.
Yeah, I was going to say, it sounds very much like this is a council to council discussion which needs to happen. I think Councillor Gibson had an observation, so.
Thank you on that point. My question was formulated with the help of our Tony Burden, who's our senior officer in our road safety team, sits in the road safety partnership. It would certainly make sense to me that both the two councils were on the same page for sure, and I'm sure we'd be happy to. I'll sort of volunteer Tony's time. I know he'd be delighted with that. There is a limitation to, even if the two councils get on the same page, there is still a gap until the police can also go the next stage that you talk about, Commissioner, because even though I am conscious that it requires perhaps a national change, there is still ultimately the confusion between the public don't always quite know where to report these things. But I suspect in the aim of making some progress, let's just get BCP and Dorset together.
I totally agree with that. Regarding the communication point, that's something which Dorset Road Safe are considering on how they can improve the communication. So, And also BCP do sit on Dorset Road Safe, so they do know what Dorset Council have done. But any help in making this a pan Dorset situation, I would be absolutely grateful for.
I have a comment, and that is some of this may fall outside of the immediate panel, but I would like to express interest in working with you on this, Councillor Gibson, from a BCP point of view. I'm very keen that we make progress on non-injury collisions within both of our areas. If we can learn from each other and coordinate, possibly through this in the future, all the better. So I'll speak to you offline about that.
Perhaps, Chair, you and I can take a joint action to do something on that. I'm certainly happy to be put in touch with the guy and take it forward with BCP. If we find out who sits on the various panels on road safety, we can go to them and say, why aren't you bringing that to us rather than us bringing it to you? So I'm certainly happy to take that action if you want to do it together.
I suspect your first port of call should be your portfolio holder. Because they will, I believe they do come to Dorset Road Safe to the group.
I have a list of BCP officers and portfolio cabinet members who we can approach on this from our side. I feel a working group coming on, which I very much welcome. And I'm more than happy to collaborate with other members on this. Many hands make light work. Thank you for the contributions, and we will feed back on progress. I believe we are ready to move on to the next priority area. I have had a quick chat with our Democratic Services Officer. She has offered to put a timer on the main screen. This is for information, not enforcement, but it may just help us a little to keep on track. So if we moved, and can we use that timer according to people, for everybody in the room as they make their contributions? Okay, excellent. Is everybody happy with that before I move on? Okay, so priority 2, making police more visible and connected. Commissioner, would you like to introduce this item?
Done it again. We will get used to this. One of the first ones is, I should make the point, is during this quarter, I welcomed basically a lot of partnership work around the Good Safe Summer. In March, the force hosted 2 events, which included BCP Council, included everybody in the game. The point behind it was that I had been saying, not only do we have to plan for the summer, but we also have to tell people we are planning for the summer, that we are looking forward to a good, safe summer, and also the inference that we would take robust action in order to address it if that didn't occur. We know that Dorset is a very popular destination. We know that we have something like 25 million day visitors who come here in the summer. They come because we have stunning scenery, we've got a stunning coastline, but it's important that our residents know that and have the confidence for us, for them, that the police will be able to tackle that. So that's why that was really, really important. I note that victim satisfaction as a whole is up. That is both for whole experience and actions taken. Is it up enough? No, of course it's not. We can always do more. Victim satisfaction has fallen, but I should say that actually over time that is relatively stable. What we are now doing, which is a new innovation, is we have an analyst in the Office of the Police and Crime Commissioner. She is now looking at these figures in a different way over a 3-year rolling basis. So we were higher 3 years ago. But over the last month or so, the last year or so, we've been tracking in the 50s. So that's what it's being compared against. We had our precept survey. 76% agreed the additional funding, which I have to say I was very grateful for. You know, the people of Dorset are supportive of the police, and 55% of them said that they would pay the minimum increase in precept or more. So I have this conflict because I am determined that it is not the people of Dorset who should pay more for policing, it is central government which should give us a fair shake. But having said that, the fact that the people of Dorset are supporting their police will go down a long way with the individual officers who spend their time trying to keep us safe in periods of intense demand like we have in the summer. Also here, we started to attend the Neighbourhood Engagement Board. This is a new board within Dorset Police. We talk a lot about this priority. This priority is the oil tanker. This priority is the one that we will probably still be talking about in years to come, because this is about making certain that the engagement and the connectivity is right. And in order to make that better, we now have a neighbourhood engagement board operating within the force, which my team sit on. This has established a range of task and finish groups to deal with updating, for example, the neighbourhood engagement commitments, which every neighbourhood policing team should have with their local population. And that will show what their priorities are, which by the way, they should have talked to the local certainly their local stakeholders, but certainly the local population. That will show their priorities. It will show who they are, the named police officer, if you remember that commitment, and it will show where you can meet with them. So I am very pleased that that board is now up and running. I'm also very pleased that my team sit on that board. The last one is we've scrutinised the force's plans for front counter arrangements. And we're also very keen that we maximise community contact points across the country. People are changing the way that they want to react and interact with Dorset Police. It's a bit like ourselves. In the old days, you'd go into a shop, a person behind the counter, you would tell them what you wanted, they would take off a shelf behind them and give it to you. Then we had department stores, then we had retail parks, then we had Amazon. It's happening with the police as well. The use of force counters, not police stations, but the force counters, is rapidly going down. I'll give you one example, which is in one area of Dorset, in high summer, on the coast, when you would expect it to have the highest demand, in July, we had 15 people in total go to that front office. Of those 15 people, 10 of them were asking about car park charges in the town. That is not a good use of the police staff there, particularly the situation that we have regarding our funding and all the rest of it. So the force is looking at that. I have said I want to bring the police closer to the public. That has got to be the mantra. In Verwood, for example, we attempted to open the front office in the police station. Nobody came. They put a community contact point outside Morrison's. Guess what? They got a lot of trade. That's what we've got to do.
Commissioner, could I ask you to sum up, or is that the point of summing up at that point?
I'm nearly there.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, you said questions were 5 minutes and 5 minutes. This is actually a review of the thing. So I think 5 minutes is a little harsh on that. We're nearly there.
All I would say is where we have questions on subject matter, we could cover those in the questions rather than deep dive in the introduction. It might give a better opportunity for feedback loop with the questioner. But I will, please do continue.
And so there actually are 614 community contact points being operated across Dorset. That is growing all the time. The neighbourhood engagement board is looking at that. And I've also asked to make certain that the stakeholders in the areas also are able to input as to where the community contact point is. Now I've finished, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. At this point, we will move on to the questions from the priority lead. I will allow follow-up if it isn't in the direct questions. So if there's a follow-up you would like to make that isn't being raised as a question, then you may be my guest.
No, go for the questions first.
Shall we? Okay, right, because it may tease out in that process. So our priority leads for this are Councillors Bown and Gibson. We have our first question from Councillor Bown.
Oh, thank you, Chair. And I know you talked about 101 calls at the beginning. So obviously, some of what I'm going to raise has been raised already. But I just wanted to know physically, how did you get a response time of 19.5 minutes on the report? It didn't chime with my personal experience. I was in preparing for this meeting. It didn't seem to chime with anyone else's experience, and it's something that people do mention to me. You know, have you phoned 101 recently? I was on for an hour or 40 minutes. Also, I wanted to raise, is that line manned in the wee small hours of the morning? Because it appears to be, but if when people phone it between 1 a.m. and breakfast time, it does seem to be not answered at all.
Can I address that last part first? Yes, it is manned. If there's a specific instance that you're aware of with a specific time, if you write to me, I will ask questions about it. But it is manned, it should be responsive. So if there's a specific time when that happened, I'd like to know about it.
Oh, if I can find out.
Thank you very much indeed. Talking about the rest, look, Chair, I know you want me to do this in 5 minutes, but I've got an extensive answer about 101, going into more detail than before. But I'm also aware that you've said you want to put 101 on the forward work plan. I'm not certain how many times we can keep talking about 101, because I'm going to keep giving you the same answers, if you see what I mean. And I will do that at the end. So all I'm saying is I may need more than 5 minutes to go through the detail, Chair.
We
my
are
question's
proposing.
quite specific. It's literally, how did you get the data?
Okay, well, in order to explain how we get the data, I've got to explain all the bits of 101 and how it works. That's the thing.
We are proposing a key line of inquiry. Thank you. We are proposing a key line of inquiry around 101 and reporting. It's a perennial issue because it is the key point of engagement between the residents and Dorset Police, and that there is a running theme of our residents' lived experience not necessarily matching up with the metrics. So we possibly don't need to go into the full wide-ranging context, but if we could get a basic, succinct analysis of where the data comes from, that would be welcome.
Okay, well, look, we know this is a significant challenge. We know that there's an issue. Look, the numbers are 140,000 non-emergency calls. 74% of those are answered within 60 seconds, with an overall average answer time of 67 seconds. So that's the triage piece of 101. And at that point, a lot of people will get an answer directing them either to go somewhere else or a quick answer on what they need to do. 25% of those calls are requesting updates or passing updates to a named officer. 20% were with other agencies, and 13% were directed to online policing services. So 74% of them are dealt with at the first point of contact, and the average handling time is less than 3 minutes for all of those calls. It is the ones which go forward from there. So the delay occurs with the remaining 26% of calls, which are transferred into the secondary call handling. So here, the average answer time across the year was 18 minutes, and the average speaking time was 12.5 minutes. So the overall call time would be in excess of 30 minutes. There's a few reasons why calls will be transferred to secondary handling. The caller themselves might want to wait on the line rather than be directed somewhere else. But it's based on two things: the level of threat, harm, risk, and vulnerability, and the incident time. So, for example, a report of a theft of a mobile phone might be signposted to be completed online. If, however, in that 3-minute discussion, with a bit more questioning, the victim advises their partner stole the phone, then that triage would place the call into the secondary call handling, because that's a much more complex and there's more things to be done. So it is the secondary call handling performance which needs to improve. So to answer your data question, it is that which is driving the 19%. The 26% of calls where the average answer time across the year was 18 minutes, and the average speaking time was 12.5 minutes. So that's answered that specific question. I've got a little bit more to do if that's useful or not.
I'm happy for supporting information with relevant time.
Okay. Look, it's well understood that we've got spikes of demand during good weather and school holidays. The overall numbers that the Force Command Centre is dealing with is 359,000, of which 131,000 are 999, 140,000 are 101, 52,000 are single online home interactions, and 36,000 are other services coming in from other areas. The key point is the prioritization. The prioritization has to be 999 first, then single online home, and finally secondary call handling. Would the panel prefer that the prioritization was on secondary call handling rather than 999? I am pretty certain not. But the reality is that challenging decisions are needed, right? There are the other relevant factors which are causing the issues are resourcing. Over the last year, the vacancy rate within contact management has increased. The Force has taken steps to improve that, but some of those people working in the Force Command Centre have actually joined as police officers or moved on to other roles within Dorset Police. Then that has to be backfilled. The training requirements, it can take up to 12 months to train someone to be proficient in all of those elements. With the turnover staff and the delays in recruitment, Contact reports they have been operating without the multi-skilled workforce. So this prevents the department's ability to surge. So they've got some people trained on bits of it, but they haven't got everybody trained on all of it because of the training cycle. Unhelpfully, because of our summer demand, because of the financial envelope, there is a training moratorium during the summer because we want officers, we want everybody to be doing their jobs. So the Force has to place a temporary halt on training and other abstractions, but then that increases it in other parts of the year. So that's some of the practical issues. There are 3 areas which will help improve this. The first one is I've asked the Force about the granularity of the secondary call handling. What is in that 26%? Is there anything within that 26% that could be either handled faster or in a different way? But bear in mind that 26% is probably the most complex cases requiring the longest interventions. That is a challenge for them. But nonetheless, that challenge I've made to them. There is something about getting a move to using, for more people to use a single online home system. And therefore, I am still challenging the Force about increasing communication about that system. And in twofold, which I brought to the panel on a number of occasions. And that is the difference between reporting as a victim of crime and sharing your intelligence. A lot of people want A lot of people want to go on 101 to share their intelligence. If we were able to communicate even better about that being available on single online home, then we would have more people using that rather than the 101 system, which in itself would help lower the demand in there. So, you know that I've done this before. I've had a contact and engagement leaflet. I've refreshed that, and I will be going out with that across the summer and beyond. I will make certain that every councillor in Dorset has it as well. I regularly talk to residents' associations and the town councils. I will make it available to them. And so we will continue to try to make the case about how to report to Dorset Police and the easiest ways to do it. The last one is the one that we discussed earlier, which is the technology and the fact that we want to have this contact system. And we've now got to the stage where we've taken the decision, yes, we are going to go forward and have this contact system. Now we have to make it a reality. And we discussed that earlier, so I won't go back through the same things.
Okay, I appreciate that. I feel we may have gone beyond the scope of the original question. Are you happy that your data inquiry has been met?
Yeah, that was thorough. Thank you. I'm really, that gives me a deeper understanding of why the data looks like it looks. But my worry then is that that because so many calls are triaged and batted away, the people that need to speak to a call operator are actually waiting a lot longer than the 19.5 minutes, aren't they? Which is what you said, which is a concern, isn't it?
Well, look, I've got a concern about the secondary call handling. I understand the issue for our residents. And I understand that is part of making people feel safe is their ability in order to contact the police. From the point of view of moving forward, we've got 3 lines now that we can try and look at. We can see if there's anything in the granularity going forward. I don't have high hopes for that, by the way. We can do more about communication and we can drive about technology. Those have got to be the 3 things that we focus on in order to go forward. I am not going to suggest to the Chief Constable that she deprioritises the other elements, because actually that will not serve the people of Dorset. We have to keep them safe.
Thank you. There's some really great granular data in there. I thank you for the question, Councillor Baum. Really, I think what this has highlighted is the secondary call handling is where the major issues lie, and it's unpicking that. I'm particularly interested in the quoted 359,000 contacts per year and how they're prioritised. Clearly, 999 needs to be the highest priority for emergency contact. It seemed next in line is single online home, followed by 101. Is that online prioritised over call-ins through traditional 101?
Not quite. Simon's going to give you.
So the prioritisation level is 9ers, so 999 calls first, and then on emergency call triage. So that process, that initial 4-minute process that the Commissioner talked through. So potentially at the end of that triage process, 75%, 74% of calls are closed down, but then the others go on to secondary call handling. So after the prioritisation through 101 call triage, it then goes to single online home and then to secondary call handling. So 999s, 101s, then single online home, and then secondary call handling.
Okay, I had that noted down differently. Thank you for the clarity. Are you happy with your response? Do you have a counter?
Yeah, I've got nothing else to ask now. Thank you. Although there is somebody else with a hand up.
Thanks, Chair. Okay, it's my first time. I don't know what single online home means, if somebody could explain that. And
Yeah.
my question was about if people go online and report on the 101 system, how quickly is that dealt with? Is it considered less of a priority because somebody hasn't phoned in? You know, what's the response time to 101 online? Thank you.
So first of all, Single Online Home is the website which 80% of the British public and 35 of the police forces use. So it's Dorset Police website is part of Single Online Home. That's the system for virtually every police force in the country. 35 out of the 43 use Single Online Home. That brings benefits. It also brings challenges. Trying to get it to be changed, for example, is one of the challenges because you've got to get everybody to agree to it. But they do have a list of priorities they're working through in order to try and improve it. And the other question was about are online contacts less of a priority than 101 contacts, if I understood you correctly, because obviously they would be less of a priority compared to 999 contacts. And the answer is no. They're not. They are treated with the same priority. So what they will be doing is they'll be operating in both of those areas, trying to get the answers for the people. The response to the online will depend on the question and how long it takes for them to get back to. I can't give you an average response time for the online 101, the online single online home responses.
Thank you. I just had a look on the 101 reporting as we were talking, and it sounds as if you report something online, obviously it takes you through all the questions, and then it will goes to the control room, it takes you through the questions, and then there's a process that it goes through, and then it sounds as if it's quite some time before the resident is contacted with maybe a crime number or with some information, or to be told that it's been closed. So I suppose for some people, certainly for me, I would rather pick up a phone and speak to somebody and then put something online and then wait however long. So how long is it before there's a contact back to the resident with their inquiry?
Is it 72 hours?
I think so, yeah, but it depends on, it's triage, doesn't it? So it depends on what it is.
Yeah, you know, as I said earlier, it does depend on what it is. So if something came through 101 and it was looked at and it looked like it was extremely urgent, that would get dealt with. So, sorry, not 101, the online system, that would get dealt with. If it was a piece of intelligence, which a lot of it is, then that piece of intelligence will go into the intelligence portal. That's what they would look at when they go forward. You may not get a very quick response to that. That is part of what I'm trying to achieve going forward, is to get to the stage that actually you get a nice little note back and it says what's being done with it. We're not quite there yet on pieces of intelligence. So it will vary according to what it is. I've just had a discussion here. We believe the target is about 72 hours. They should certainly have received, if it's a crime number, they should have got that by then if they haven't got it. And it should be much faster, to be honest. Does that help? Thank you.
Thank you for the question and thank you for the clarification. So the next question within that priority area is from Councillor Gibson. However, I would note it's on the subject of neighbourhood engagement boards, which has been broadly covered in the PCC's initial intro. Did you still want to ask the question?
Yes, but I'll cut it in half just so we don't repeat ourselves. It sounded like a good idea, Commissioner. I didn't know anything about them. It would just be interesting to know who's on them, and in particular how we as a panel can have a look at what the neighbourhood engagement commitments are, just to check that they're similar to what we would think they could and should be.
Okay, so the Neighbourhood Engagement Board, it's a force board, so it's an internal force board. It's chaired by a local policing superintendent. Attendees include police leads for neighbourhood policing, neighbourhood engagement officers, PCSOs with a specific focus on engagement activity, communications colleagues. So that would be both force communication colleagues and the OPCC and volunteer team leads. So it's bringing everybody together to talk about it. The focus of the meeting is to ensure that key engagement commitments, so for example, the neighbourhood policing commitment, are basically up to snuff. It includes attendance at public events, community contact point dates and locations, social media updates and Dorset alert use, for example. They're maintained, and also that best practice is shared across the force, because one of the biggest issues that any organisation has is consistency. There may be some bits which are really, really good and some bits which are less good. I've seen that myself when I've been out. On one night, I went to 2 areas and talked to the residents. They were very close together. This area, they were very happy residents with what they were seeing, with what was going on and all the rest of it. This area next door, same crime pattern, not so happy because their engagement with the force was less. So this is, to me, is one of the critical things for Dorset Police to get right, but it is hardest for them to get right because their focus is on threat, risk and harm. It is about safety. It is about prioritising that. And actually, whilst this is part of it, it is never going to trump investigating a rape or being on the streets to prevent public disorder, etc., etc. So that's why we're pushing hard on priority 2, this particular priority. And that's why this engagement board now exists. So your point about stakeholders, that's something which I've been very clear about, is I expect the local neighbourhood policing team to talk to their local councillors. Now, there is a policy in Dorset Police of at least bi-monthly contact with the local authority councillors. I think in some places they do it more. I'm interested in where that doesn't happen. And I'm prepared to take up and talk to the Chief Constable. I've got one area, for example, where it's not councillors, but it is a residents' association. It's a regular residents' association. It meets regularly. At least I would expect a report to go there about what's going on, even if operationally they can't get there. So that's something I will be taking up. So I hope that helps. Some of the requirements, for example, the neighbourhood policing guarantee is that the neighbourhood policing teams are kept up to date and named officers are publicised. This is going to be tracked by this board to make certain that that happens. As I said, the OPCC not only has comms there, but the executive has a seat on the board. And like all the boards, should there be something coming forward on the agenda where it is going to need some additional clout to move it forward, then I will attend as well. So that's where we are. I'm very keen that we continue pushing hard on priority 2. That includes the contact, which we've discussed. It includes community contact points. It includes other forms of contact and indeed their social media contact as well. I'll stop there.
Thank you. I appreciate the succinct question and succinct answer. I'm sorry, could you turn your mic off for me? Thank you. This is a really pertinent question. So the purpose of the neighbourhood engagement boards is effectively to scrutinise neighbourhood interactions, as I understand it. I am interested to know who sits on the board. It's an internal force board, so it's not a multi-agency. Okay, so there isn't a local authority member or portfolio holder who would sit. It's an internal scrutiny panel in effect. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
Actually, that's a good point, because this is not just scrutiny. It's not seeing what's happened. It is about making certain the delivery happens. So it's a delivery panel. Obviously, they're going to scrutinise what's going on because they need to know that the delivery is happening. But it is about improving the delivery for the people. That's the game plan behind this panel.
And that panel would sit monthly?
Is it monthly or quarterly?
It's quarterly.
It's quarterly.
And would that panel publish findings more broadly than the panel itself.
It's an internal force board, so those internal minutes, comments, etc., action points would come to those who are on the board. So that would be my office. It would come to me. I would see it. It's that approach. It is not a public board.
Okay, thank you. We'll digest that, I think. Under priority area 2, I think we'll move on unless there are other questions.
I would like to follow up. On the neighbourhood engagement, so I was pleased to see your question, because I didn't know about it either. And without making it too specific to my area, I'm going to. I don't expect to answer, but I want to give you the thing. So I also, for my sins, chair the Neighbourhood Watch, as you know. We get nothing from the police on that unless I ask you to attend the meeting. And you do normally attend for me, I accept that, the AGM. But we don't get a report at all from the police. We don't get any attendance, which we used to get attendance and reports. I don't necessarily want an attendance, but a report would be really useful. And I should have started by saying, I mean, no criticism of Nick and the team. I think they're amazing, the job they do. Sorry, my phone is ringing at the same time. The bi-monthly council meeting, I know I've mentioned before, it's too long. There's too much of a gap in between. It used to be monthly. You could track things. 2 months is way too long. The contact points, we don't get advised of the contact points in the Neighbourhood Watch. I generally do because I'm a councillor, so they tell me. And I've got a great relationship with the PCSO. And I would just, as a positive note at the end, I met with 3 PCSOs recently. I thought they were absolutely amazing, but the job they're doing is being watered down by your financial problem, which we'll probably address later on. There's not enough of them. It's absolutely. And what I was really concerned about was the experienced ones leaving, how the young ones who didn't grow up in a world where they had more time and more local focus, how they recreate that. So again, without making it specific, I just want to give that feedback really.
Well, look, thank you for the feedback. I'm a little bit confused about some elements of it. You say that the Neighbourhood Watch hasn't had a report, but you get one as a councillor, but you're the chair of the Neighbourhood Watch. So I'm kind of confused now.
Let me just clarify that then. The Neighbourhood Watch gets nothing formally. I don't get a report. I speak to Nick if I want to know something. So, and I may not be the chair. The chair might be someone who isn't a councillor.
Yeah,
so
I get
that should not be the link. There used to be a report to our meeting before I was involved. There isn't, hasn't been for a long time now, and I think there could be.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I don't put more work on it, but
Well, this is the issue, and that's the issue with the bi-monthly versus the monthly. So that piece about watches is interesting. So we also have Dorset Alert. Dorset Alert is a communication process for the police. They put lots and lots of good stuff. It can tell you in your local neighbourhood what's going on. I am wondering whether that is the medium, therefore, because neighbourhood watches are normally on Dorset Alert, or at least somebody of it is. Maybe that's the medium that a report could be put. I think that's something that the Neighbourhood Engagement Board does have, does think about things like watches, etc., etc. We'll make a note of that, and we'll ask that to go forward, because the other thing I'd say is we should maximise Dorset Alert more. I've asked the communication team to look at what they're going to do to drive Dorset Alert, because that makes sense. And the more people on it, that would be another communication channel for Dorset Police, which would help address the issue. We are told by the national body, the alert body, Neighbourhood Alert, which actually facilitates Dorset Alert, that we have one of the ones which puts most information on it. What we don't have is one of the ones with the most people using it. And so we need to make more communication about that, if that makes sense.
I think some brilliant brilliant responses have come up here. I would also agree the frequency of councillor engagement meetings with the MPT. We are lucky enough in Bournemouth North to get monthly updates at the moment. It's at the discretion of the MPT inspectors, but I really would underline that monthly really does feel like the minimum amount of interaction between councillors and their MPTs. Just
Can I point out?
okay.
I'm just going to point out,
Take it one
this
by one.
is a resource issue, right? This
Yeah.
is very much a resource issue. And I don't want to make everything about money, but that fundamentally is it.
The point about contact point engagements as well, I think notifying through Dorset Alert is the way to go. At the moment, as with Councillor Sidaway, I found myself chasing Facebook notifications. It's the only way I get notified. I don't get notified through Dorset Alert. I don't get notified through the neighbourhood policing teams. And sometimes these notifications on social media come out late. And when I say late, within 24 hours. And that's not going to get good engagement.
I agree with that. That's why we've got the Neighbourhood Engagement Board. That's one of the things that they're looking at, is particularly community contact points and the communication around them, but also where they are as well, to make certain they are in the right places for the people.
I would suggest that the ward councillors in their particular areas are very well placed to identify those. And I realise there will be heat maps and reporting statistics which also inform. But I think that's something positive that could be drawn from good community relations.
You're absolutely right, and that is already on the agenda to do that. I have made it very clear I expect the local stakeholders, i.e. the councillors, to be involved in the community contact points. They should know where they are, and they should also be able to input if they think it's the wrong place. So I've already made that point, and the Neighbourhood Engagement Board is already looking at those sorts of things.
Okay, that's excellent news. I would be interested in when the next Neighbourhood Engagement Board sits, but I'll allow Adam to go first because he had a follow-up.
I just wanted to point out for those, while the Neighbourhood Engagement Board will obviously look at that, for anyone interested in when their community contact points are sitting, if you go onto the Force website, type in your area, so typed in Bournemouth, for example, you can see the contact points right up to the 19th of September on there now. So in the interim, any one of you can do that, and the Force website is up to date.
Alistair, whilst you were writing, I just wanted to say, I would say our PCSO does a brilliant job of telling me when he's doing a contact point in Broadstone. So I wouldn't say that it's not quite the same for me as your experience. I think Dorset Alert, there's been a few Broadstone ones recently, which is quite surprising. So it did make me realise we do need to summarise that for our own, for the Neighbourhood Watch and for our communication. And maybe that could be part of that reporting. Just summarising it isn't probably enough. You need a summary with, is anything else happening around it? Why is it happening? Is there a trend? Or those sort of follow-ups would be great to be able to get if there was any chance. Thanks.
Out of curiosity, when is the next Neighbourhood Engagement Board sitting?
It's the 6th of August.
And would it be possible to get some feedback on the items we've identified as discussed at our next panel meeting in October? Great. Okay. Fabulous.
Sorry, final point. Where did you say the list was for the engagement points? No, where did you say the list was of all the engagements?
Oh, sorry. It's on the Force website. So if you go to the Force website, type in your town, your area, and it will feature on the MPT page. So for Bournemouth, I'm looking at now under the Your Neighbourhood Policing Team section, meetings and events, and it should list them.
Okay, let's. We are 2.25 hours in. How do people feel about a comfort break? We can push on through the monitoring report, or we can take 5. Okay, let's take 5. If we can make it as close to 5 as possible, it would be appreciated, so we can push on through. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, panel. I hope everyone's feeling refreshed. We will now continue with our scrutiny of the Q4 monitoring report, where we are now on priority 3, violent crime and high harm. If we could get an introduction within 5 minutes so that we can progress, that would be greatly appreciated.
Chair, I will do my best, but you will understand this is a serious, particularly serious error. This is the high harm. This is everything from child abuse to addiction through violence against women and girls. So I will try and do it justice in 5 minutes as requested. First of all, it's important to note that the most serious violence versus the 2019 baseline is again down. We have stable domestic abuse, crime and incident reports. And that also goes for the actual numbers as well. Violence against a person is down. We are doing more sexual harm and stalking prevention orders than we were, which is good. And basically, there's a significant proportion of funding going into this area. So if I look at domestic abuse and stalking, I continue to work with victim support throughout the mobilisation. They've got a new standard risk DA victim service. And I also supported No More Week. So I take every every opportunity to support our partners with this. And those could be partners which are dealing with people who have had trauma, such as STARS or the Shores, or it could be people who, like victim support, are there at the initial phase as well. And I think it's really, really important that we make the point that you do not have to be alone with domestic abuse. There is people out there who will help you. I'm particularly interested in, for example, potential options surrounding bystander awareness training. We have some very good practice occurring in Dorset, but there could be more, and I'm very keen to expand it. I'm not going to talk about this a lot, but domestic abuse and stalking is a significant issue and a complex one, and there are many facets to it, and we won't have time to go into all of those facets anyway. And that's the point I'll make about the paper as well on violence against women and girls later. I can say the same thing about sexual violence. We promoted Sexual Violence Awareness Week. We published communications. We promoted the work of the Shores. That's the Dorset SARC. So this is where somebody would go when they've been a victim of sexual assault. This is where they would first go in order to get help. And it doesn't have to be referred by the police. They can also refer themselves. I am going to spend a little time on addiction and substance misuse because this is the thing which drives most of the criminality in this country, whether it be theft or murder, or indeed, we had a pilot project on drug testing on arrest for domestic abuse offenders. So if they came in, they've been charged with domestic abuse, they came in, they would be drug tested. 75% of them had cocaine or heroin in their system. So I am very clear that we have to keep up the pressure about this. We have to keep lobbying government because they are not doing enough. We also have to look locally at what we're doing. This is through the Combating Drugs Partnership, which I chair, which has 3 elements to it. One is enforcement. One is about making certain we have effective treatment, and the other one is about prevention. So as part of that, during this quarter, there was 45 alcohol abstinence monitoring requirement tags, otherwise known as sobriety tags. Those were issued to those people where alcohol has been a problem and they have come to notice of the criminal justice system. No breaches were reported of that. When these tags are used, there is 2 benefits. One benefit is the community is kept safer, but the second benefit is for the individual. And the individual has the space to try and address their issues. I am very clear that both the alcohol abstinence monitoring element and indeed the issue of drugs and drug support should be used more for people in Dorset and for people who come to notice the criminal justice system. And I've talked about that before at, for example, the Dorset Criminal Justice Board. Also, during this quarter, I'd made representation at a meeting on drug policy in London during December about ketamine. We know it's an issue. We know it is increasingly being used by young people. We know that it has tragic, life-changing effects. That is through, for example, the fact that it can affect the liver, but also it absolutely destroys the urinary tract. And so we have young people who are wearing nappies, young people waiting for bladder reconstruction, young people who have died from sepsis because of the ketamine bladder. And so I really welcome that review of ketamine classification. I hope the Advisory Committee on the Misuse of Drugs actually do the job and make it a Class A drug. So I've taken 5 minutes already on this area. What can I quickly do? Right, violence reduction generally. Let's do that. So we engage with partners on the delivery of the Home Office serious violence duty. The fund will continue this year, and Dorset is receiving £354,000. So very clearly, we are scrutinising the delivery of that. That is with both local authorities. That happens regularly. I've also blogged about knife crime, and you could hear me talk about knife crime, but we're running out of time. Sufficient to say that we're one of the lowest areas in country for knife offences. Too many kids are carrying. That's the bit we've got to address. I'm going to stop there, apart from to mention that we continue with the work of the Violence Against Women and Girls Improvement Panel. So I'm just going to conclude that there, because I know I talk a little bit more about that during the paper later.
Okay, that's fantastic. I appreciate that. And where we can identify where we're going to cover things later in the agenda, that's also a big help. There are some fantastic there's some fantastic progress being made under this key priority area. It's good to hear. I'm really pleased to hear that the serious violence duty has been renewed. It felt like that was hanging in the balance earlier this year, and that's critical funding for both local authorities that helps to keep our residents safe. The drug testing on arrest in domestic abuse cases, just to note, did I get this right? 75% of those tested positive for cocaine use. Cocaine or heroin. That's absolutely shocking. And if ever there is a causal underpinning of the misery and suffering of people going through domestic abuse, that is a hard indicator. So we have an initial. I'll pass over to Dr. Myton to make a question.
Yeah, thank you. The first thing to note really is that the Peel report noted a good assessment in relation to prevention around deterring crime and antisocial behaviour. So that was a positive thing to read. I wondered whether there was anything you found from the 4th of July ASB Awareness Week, whether there was anything particularly around that was news.
Nothing specific, except it was a successful week. We made a lot of awareness about antisocial behaviour. The force will have done what they always do, which is a good job around antisocial behaviour. I mean, the fact that we are running at something like 34% less than when I first became Police and Crime Commissioner, the fact we're at the lowest level since 2008. The challenge, I think, going forward, and I've made this point to the force, is there is some elements of antisocial behaviour which is kind of specialist. So the problem with antisocial behaviour, and you'll forgive me, but I've still got 4 minutes, 30 seconds if I'm on a clock. One of the challenges is that for some people, antisocial behaviour is something which will be addressed by the local authority. So noise in a residential street, for example, that wouldn't come into the police for them to deal with. So that's why that week would have also worked with partners, etc., etc. That's the first point I'll make. The second point is there are certain pieces of antisocial behaviour, as I say, which are specialists. So, for example, the issue of modified cars making a lot of noise, car meets, the issue of antisocial behaviour associated with that, donuts in car parks, those sorts of things. That to me is antisocial behaviour. That needs a specialist thinking about it and actually it being addressed. I have made representation to the Chief Constable that I think more could be done, and we'll see where we get to with that. So you asked me about the ASB week. I could talk generally about ASB, but I just wanted to make that point, is that there are some things which I think we could do more for, if you see what I mean.
I was just also interested about whether the violence against women and girls event is in the planning. I knew we were thinking about it. I'm not quite sure how far it's gone.
Chair, we've had a long discussion about that recently. Do you want to deal with that from the panel end, or do you want me to talk to my perception from here?
I'm happy to do an intro and then pass to yourself for a follow-up. So around this time last year, we agreed as a panel to do a focused deep dive workshop into the issues of violence against women and girls. And this would take the form of a Dorset-wide conference, in effect, inviting the organisations involved at the front line, Dorset Police, BCP Public Protection, and not just the Dorset Police and Crime Panel, but to open it up to our wider council members in both authorities, our MPs, and try and get a really decent collective focused briefing from all statutory holders. Now, we didn't quite get the timing right. I think it may have been either the first week or the week leading up to a school holiday. I'm not quite sure why we got such low engagement, as this is really a key area. And I see a lot of interest in this from certainly the BCP council members. I think it would be good to re-engage and reschedule a Borg workshop on that basis, but we really do have to have full buy-in from all members of the panel, because if the panel sets up a workshop and then only 3 panel members are able to attend, it really doesn't reflect well. So I would want a majority of members in the room to firmly agree a date before we take it forward to the OPCC and move from there. That's the basic kind of shape of it. Do you have anything to add, Commissioner?
No, I would just say 2 things. One, we are supportive of it. We will absolutely support that. I think it is a good thing. The more discussion that you can have, and the fact that more people who would understand the complexity and also what is going on, makes perfect sense to me. But I would just reinforce what you've just said, Chair, is that we are asking some of our services, which are busy, to actually devote a significant amount of time, not just in coming, but in the preparation thereof of what they're going to say. And I'm not happy to support something where there's only 2 people and we've actually put them through all that, if you see what I mean. So in principle, yes, very, very supportive. But I think if I can put it this way, the panel needs to understand who's coming. And I think we get that, and we have firm commitments, and then we can look at the date and make it happen.
So I just had a very brief conversation with Mark. He will begin coordinating some potential dates for this workshop later on this year. I think to do this right, we would need at least a 3-month run-up. So we're looking October-ish ish time at the moment if we move very quickly. So what I would ask panel members to do is consider your diaries around that time. And if we can jointly commit to a day to get this off the ground, I think it would be very powerful.
Chair, you might want to go one more month, because I know what my diary's like.
The panel will liaise with the OPCC and we will work out which time window works best. In the spirit of moving swiftly on, the next priority area is to fight rural crime. Councillor Trent, we have an outline question from yourself.
Yeah. Oh,
Terribly sorry. In my desire to progress, I may have missed an important element of this priority area. Commissioner, would you like to give us an introduction to the priority?
Chair, I'm beginning to think you don't want any good news spoken about. Look, we do have some good news in this area. We have total rural crime and incidents on the way down. We have rural resources increasing. I'll explain what I mean by that in a moment. I'm very clear this is one of the things which has changed almost out of all recognition compared to what we had before. But also it is the development of this as well, which is important. So people will be aware that there is the Dorset Partnership Against Rural Crime, which is a quarterly board, which I chair, and that brings together stakeholders from across our rural communities. Everybody from the NFU through Forestry England, Historic England, local authorities, the Environment Agency, you get the drift. It's got everybody who could possibly be there. And that has allowed us to basically start working together even more effectively as a partnership. For example, one of the areas that is working with the Environment Agency. So they deal with the issue of, for want of a better word, fly tipping. They deal with that issue when it becomes larger than a small truck, if I can put it that way. And so there's a lot of stuff which goes on in that area, including serious organised crime, because there's money to be made. So during this quarter, I supported a mobile operation with the force of the Environment Agency to inspect vehicles suspected of waste crime and or metal theft. This is done periodically across Dorset. The operation resulted in 30 vehicles being stopped, 2 vehicles being seized and 2 others being cautioned. So this occurs, and also it gives the force lines of inquiry and the Environment Agency lines of inquiry around where that waste is coming from, who's moving it, etc., etc. Heritage crime. So we actually commenced work on the production of a number of short films to promote Heritage Watch in Dorset. And I will stop there on that particular point.
Just to say that we have a question from Councillor Trent about heritage crime, and that section might be well served.
That's why I said I'm going to stop there.
Oh, okay.
Regarding fly tipping, we basically added that to our Country Watch Dorset website, and we also talked about the fly tipping initiative we jointly have, which I've funded with Dorset Council. Basically, they did not have an investigative capability. So I jointly funded with Dorset Council an investigation officer. So fly tipping fines in Dorset have increased by 78% because of that. I also know that he has seized more vehicles, he's allowed Dorset Police to seize more vehicles because he's given them the information in order to do that. I'm very clear that we need to make as much noise as possible about that so people understand the issue of fly tipping and the fact there is somebody who is likely to fine them or seize their vehicles if they are an operator. What else have we done? I think this is an important one. A lot of what we talk about is prevention. And it is also about rural crime packs. I managed to get some funding for rural crime packs. So this is about property marking kits and and also signage, which would go with it to deter potential offenders. That started rolling out in this quarter. 320 were done by the end of the quarter. I know where we are now, but that's for another quarter. But that is well received by the farming community. And indeed, we didn't just do the farming community, we did other rural businesses. There was, I think it was during this time, a spate of thefts from livery stables, tack and stuff going missing. I think there was a thread of about 4 or 5. Not only did Dorset police catch the perpetrators, but we included them for the rural crime packs and prevention. And finally, we had a successful outcome in court in March with an offender found guilty of trespassing with the intent to pursue hares with dogs. The whole thing about hare coursing is complex, and the sanctions are not used and they're not high enough, in my view. So, for example, it is usually a fine for hare coursing. Why is this important? Because hare coursing is usually part of other criminality. The sport can be streamed on a computer across the world. The hare coursing cup, which is of course is an illegal trophy, is £50,000 prize. Dogs can be worth up to £75,000. It is big business, all right? The fine for hare coursing is, I think in Dorset we've done quite well. We've got £900 fines for hare coursing. In Wiltshire, I know that the PCC has written because they were receiving fines of about £300. So I think we've got to use every opportunity to expand the remit around this. We've done that before, where we had people who were poaching, which is associated with it, and they were actually got custodial sentences for cruelty to animals. This one is about, they're not actually hare coursing, but they have all the equipment and it's obvious that they are going hare coursing. And that is why they were able to actually get them. They hadn't actually pursued the hare yet, but they were trespassing with the intent to pursue. I'm very pleased about that conviction. I'll stop now. I've gone a little longer, but I think that made sense.
That's a very interesting update. And I can't help but ask, living in the metropolitan urban area of BCP, we're not so exposed to hare coursing, but I am aware that it happens. What I wasn't aware of is that there are cups and pots of 50k that can be won.
Yeah.
And when you mentioned 70k in relation to the dogs,
they're highly trained dogs, right? This is about,
they sold for 70k.
Yeah.
Is that?
This is about gambling.
Wow.
So if you think about a racehorse's price goes up according to its performance. It's the same with these dogs. If you're betting on a dog, right, to be the first to get to the hare, and that dog consistently gets to the hare, yeah. Do you see where I'm coming from?
I really do. I had no idea.
This is about gambling.
It was such big money.
Yeah,
and,
this is about gambling.
And so entrenched. That's a real eye opener for me.
For some people, it will be a hobby, and they go and do it. For others, it's international serious organised crime.
You mentioned the fines associated are higher than elsewhere in the country relatively, but we're only able to find 900.
That's what I've seen recently. On
a competition that may net 50k.
That's the problem. That's why I was so pleased when those individuals who were poaching, actually we were able to do them for cruelty against animals because they got a custodial sentence. This is something which the National Rural Crime Network, which I sit on the national board. It's something that we are pushing on. Probably what I should do is give a little bit of reassurance in that our poaching and hare coursing is down between 20 and 25% in Dorset because of the actions of the rural crime team.
That's really good news, and I really appreciate the clarity, the update, and the hard work that's going on behind the scenes. I had absolutely no idea that it was such a lucrative and entrenched thing in Dorset.
Oh, hang on, sorry, Chair, I wouldn't want to mislead you, right? That cup is the national cup. It's not the Dorset cup. I'm not aware of a Dorset Cup.
Okay, let's move on to the question from Councillor Trent on this priority area.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. And I have to say, as an urban stroke suburban member, I think fly tipping and certain types of wildlife crime are perhaps higher up on my list than this subject. But I've got a very brief question, which hopefully just gets a brief answer on this. Just got to find it again. There's been a lot of publicity about sentences for the two men that cut down the sycamore gap tree in Northumberland, which I think has been classed as a heritage crime. Has Dorset experienced any increase in heritage crime?
Okay. So it's impossible to say, because heritage crime per se is not collated. Okay, there is work being done in order to make certain that that happens, but at the moment it isn't flagged. In fact, heritage crime was not part of the agenda 4 years ago. It has come to the fore because of certain issues and because of Historic England, who have been the lead flagging the issue of heritage crime. So what does it consist of? Dorset is home to 10,738 listed buildings. That is a lot. Those also include scheduled monuments, World Heritage Sites, religious buildings, registered parks and gardens, and protected wrecks. So there is a lot of hill forts, for example. We've got something like over 40 hill forts, which are heritage sites. Many of these assets are protected by specific heritage legislation that prevents harm caused by damage or unlicensed alteration. This means any person found guilty of committing offences may face considerable sentencing and or fines and stronger penalties. Pretty certain that a lot of people don't realise that. So it is about repairing the damage caused by criminal activity to heritage and faith assets. Is expensive, could cost communities significant amounts, could be irreparable if they destroy something, which it doesn't bear thinking about. So crimes which have occurred on heritage assets are criminal damage and graffiti, antisocial behaviour, unauthorised metal detecting, that's called night hawking when it occurs at night, theft of metal, historical, cultural artefacts and cultural property. The classic there is the lead off of church roofs, but it also could include pieces of art. Arson, unauthorised development or excavation. You can see how that could happen if you're next door and you just decide you think you can go over the fence. But also one, damage caused by vehicles. And that's why I mentioned the hill forts. There is a trend for people with 4x4s who think it is a good idea to go up and down hill forts. And that damages them. So Historic England are members of the D Park. The Historic England individual who sits on the D Park is the national lead. He was a key player in the investigation and categorisation of the Sycamore Gap crime. And he's lobbied Parliament and the Sentencing Council about certain crimes against heritage to have an aggravating factor. So the Sycamore Gap, for example, they got significant custodial sentences. So what are we trying to do here, right? Well, we've refreshed the police and crime plan, which improves it. The first point here talks directly to your question. It is to improve flagging and analysis of heritage crime and heritage-related antisocial behaviour across the urban, rural, and coastal and maritime areas of Dorset, because those numbers aren't captured at the moment. It's to increase awareness of crime and antisocial behaviour within the historic environment. It is to ensure police have the specialist knowledge to deal with historic crime and that effective partnership work. And it also is to scope the development of a heritage watch, which will be one of the first ones in the country in Dorset. So there's a mapping system where the Heritage England database of all scheduled monuments protected sites is overlaid with force systems. We currently don't have that. Not many places do. But that's been recognised and it's coming to Dorset soon. That will help develop the analysis to be able to answer how much heritage crime we have and how much it increased. We have a specific single point of contact in the force for heritage crime, which raises the profile of it and delivers training and briefings, not just to the rural crime team, neighbourhood policing teams, but also critically the Force Command Centre. Produces a heritage crime checklist. He's been being supported by Dorset Partnership Against Rural Crime, which I chair, and I'm pushing to establish a heritage watch scheme in Dorset. The public launch of that scheme is going to be the 1st of August 2025. And so we will continue to increase the awareness of heritage crime, the awareness of what Dorset Police is doing about it, and to gather the data. And that's done within 5 minutes, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. I would note that we are now at 5-1, and as we are operating under Dorset Council's protocol, we need to take a vote on which requires a majority for us to continue the meeting. Mark.
So I think if somebody's comfortable to propose that we continue the meeting, that would be helpful.
I propose that we continue the meeting.
Is there a second? And is there a show of hands in support of continuing the meeting? Okay, you have a majority.
Noted. Councillor Trent, if that covers your question adequately.
If I can say briefly that I'm thankful for the explanation of the range of things which get classed as heritage crime, and it's actually more relevant to the urban area than I, otherwise thought, because, we've got buildings that are heritage, but there's a lot else that is heritage. So I appreciate the information on that.
Noted. Thank you very much. So we move on to priority 5, put victim and communities first. Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. So first of all, I'm really pleased that this is the one which is about putting victims and communities first. I'm very pleased the number of victims supported by our Commission services, the money that the Office of Police and Crime Commissioner has in order to make a difference. I'm really pleased that those have gone up. I'm also pleased that I'm able to say that the victim satisfaction has also gone up. And I think that's really, really important. There is something about numbers, but it's also got to be about quality as well. I'm absolutely committed to ensuring victims of crime have access to the best services in Dorset. And that's why I'm very pleased to continue the working relationship with victim support, which has been built up over the years. So what are the highlights here? The recorded hate crime is stable. There's a slight increase of a small base in recorded hate incidents. There's a slight increase in people feeling safe in Dorset, and I'm certain we'll come back to that because there is a wide range of perception around safety. During this time, I commissioned victim support in Dorset, so they're commissioned for another 5 years, and I'm very grateful for what they do, to be honest, because they're making a real difference. We actually, as an OPCC, engaged with the APCC Victims Working Group. This is on preparations to implement the Victims and Prisoners Act. So this is part of the consultation for that. So we engage with that. The first transfer measures from that Act will be commenced on the 29th of January 2025. I have a team in place in the Office of Police and Crime Commissioner, which we put into place because we were not hearing anything from government about a violence reduction unit for Dorset. I'm very clear that we've got too many kids carrying knives, and we need to try and reduce the violence generally in our society. And one of the things that has to be, one of the things of what we create and what we're doing, it has to have the youth voice within it. There's no point otherwise. The Violence Reduction Prevention team finalised their preparations for a youth participation survey. They did a little bit of pilot work talking to young people about what should be in it. And this is all about designing to get a better understanding of young people's views on policing, because that's the starting point in order to start addressing that issue. Also during this time, I can announce that all 4 phases of Right Care, Right Person have been implemented, with phase 4 being launched on the 20th of January 2025. This phase was to ensure that patients with physical or mental health concerns are transported by the appropriate agency. I think I'm going to stop there, Chair, in the interests of brevity. I think that's given you probably a good overview, and I'm certain that there's some questions, so thank you.
Thank you, and I'm sure we will reveal more through the questioning. Councillor Sidway.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of things jumped out at me. You've hinted at them already, Commissioner. Looking at hate crime initially, we wanted to understand the difference between hate crime and hate incidents. Also, how they can both be amber and yet hate crime below is green, just because there was the survey at work, I guess, but that probably is not quite consistent. But more importantly, I think it'd be really interesting to know, and maybe see in regular reports going forward, is a split in hate crime between the 3 obvious areas of LGBTQ, race and religion. Because we're bundling them all together at the moment, and I think it's potentially taking our focus off what the key points might be that we should look at.
Well, look, thank you for the question. So the first part was the difference. The difference between a hate crime and a hate incident lies in whether a criminal offence has taken place. So common examples would include physical assault, threats of violence, harassment or stalking, criminal damage such as vandalism or graffiti, and malicious communication, whether on or offline. That's the definition of what a hate crime is. The key point, therefore, is that a hate crime is recorded if the threshold for a criminal offence is reached, and if the crime is motivated by or perceived to be motivated by hate or hostility. So you need the 2 bits.
Just to clarify that then, so an incident is something reported but hasn't felt to reach the bar.
Yeah,
okay.
exactly.
Thank you.
You got it. So the other thing was, you talked about the granularity of hate crime. Well, for reassurance, I see the granularity of hate crime on a regular basis. This is broken down by the following categories: racially motivated and religiously motivated. Those are often interchangeable in the minds of many, and so are typically usually combined. And then motivated by an individual's disability, sexual orientation, or gender identity. And I have made much play, not just here at the panel, but generally, about the issues that we forget about, particularly the disability aspect of hate crime. So in terms of breakdown, between these categories, the split remains similar over time. It is about 75% religiously or racially motivated, 14% motivated by an individual's sexual orientation, 9% disability motivated, and 3% motivated by gender identity.
I guess as a very quick follow-up, if I may, on the religious and racial issue, would be the difference between, if we look at the current issues, big issues we have with events in the Middle East or immigration. And so those are the 2 things that are probably generating a lot of hate crime. And so again, lumping them together it's almost like you have those 2, plus you have your normal religious and racial hate crimes as well. I wonder, so to help us to identify when talking to residents, whether we have a problem in this area in those topics.
It would be intuitive to expect those things to affect us in Dorset and to increase. Dorset Police tracks the trends in hate crime and maps this to potential causes. whether on both a local, national or global scale. But given the relatively low number of offences in Dorset, it's almost impossible to allocate them to that specifically, unless that is specifically mentioned as part of the crime, if you see what I mean. It isn't therefore possible to identify where increases have occurred that align with wider events. I'll give you an example, because as I said, I do scrutinise this regularly. When the Middle Eastern situation first started, and there was some significant, really significant protesting occurring in London, I was concerned that we were going to have similar situations occurring here. And so we looked at it, and although there was a national increase, the increase in Dorset was almost no change. And I think that is a testament, not to Dorset Police, but a testament to the communities in Dorset, and particularly in BCP, where there is a lot of very good interconnectivity and faith work amongst them. So I will continue to look at it, but it is not possible for the police to say and break it down and say this was caused by this, because that's actually part of the, I've got that as part of the answer for the next question. So I know that I'm on solid ground saying that to you. But I'm going to keep an eye on it, and obviously I do keep an eye on it, because I want to understand, for example, in a different area, if we're talking about the issue of gender, then has that changed? How does that change? So I'm very aware of things which may change in the national situation and how that affects us. So I will keep an eye on it. Thank you.
My other question was the point you mentioned about the 92%. And I think if you walked out of the front door of this building and asked people, you wouldn't get 9.2%, let alone 92%. So it's interesting to see, we could not use that figure in any of our communications, because I don't think we could be taken seriously if we did, because we get representations from our residents every week. So, okay. And I know it's hard for you to break it down between the difference between BCP, Dorset, although I guess Weymouth is probably a bit similar to BCP, and the rest of Dorset. But that's the problem that we're faced with.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so it's probably useful if I explain how this number is derived. So it is basically an external, not Dorset Police, it's an external market research company which is commissioned. It's used by not just Dorset Police, but it's an external community safety survey. It's carried out by a social and marketing strategic research. That's the name of the company doing it. It is conducted on randomly selected residents of Dorset aged over 16 to find out their views to help inform Dorset Police. So this is randomly selected. The aim is to contact 1,200 people by phone in 4 waves of 300 up to the end of April each year. Now, if I was to look at it and say, how would I change it? I'd probably suggest that it wasn't done up to the end of April, because I think there is a difference between the summer and what happens in the summer and people feeling safe and the rest of the time. It's anonymous, and there is no possibility we can identify the respondents. Respondents in the 16 to 24 age group yield the lowest sample size. But intuitively, when I've seen, for example, knife crime surveys, young people are concerned, but they're not in this sample. And respondents in the 75 plus age group yield the highest, feel the safest, followed by respondents in the 55 to 64-year-old age group. Now, all of those, it is done so that you haven't got all 75. So it's randomized for the demographics. But there is this disconnect with public perception, particularly in some places, and I absolutely recognise that. There is another mechanism which might be useful to people. There is something called a street safe tool, and this is about sharing safety concerns in public places. So you can go on streetsafetool.com and you can put in where you are, and it will then give you some options as to why you don't feel safe. So, for example, it could be you don't feel safe for the absence of CCTV. It could be because of derelict buildings or poor lighting. It could be because you can see drug dealing. It could be that you feel you might be followed. Basically, it's got a number of measures in it. Some of those are not policing responsibility. I'm talking about the lighting, the CCTV, etc. The derelict buildings. But that information would then come into Dorset Police and then be given to the neighbourhood policing teams. Now, I would bet you that neighbourhood policing teams will know that area anyway. But nonetheless, any intelligence, is always useful. We don't live in a vacuum, right? We get inputs from everywhere. So part of us not feeling safe is what we see in the papers. It's what we see on TV. It is, if I'm blunt, misinformation as well. And you've got to be very careful on social media. And there is also something about understanding volume. So I know of a situation in part of Dorset where actually it was 1 or 2 incidents, but there was what looked like 40 reports on Facebook. Now, that's why the reporting to the police is so important, because they can't look at Facebook. There's a couple of reasons they can't look at Facebook. If I was also a serious organised crime group, I'd say, oh my God, it's kicking off here and there. So that's why they don't use Facebook, they use reports. So again, we come back to reporting and making that point, because then that drives resources and it drives intelligence in order to address it. So I hope that's helped a bit. I do understand the disconnect, and I think that it is about the whole thing of the police and crime plan. Yes, we can drive down crime as we are, but we've also got to communicate that, make certain the public know it, make certain it's easier for them to communicate. It's actually what we're all here for.
Okay.
Just I wonder if it's worth commissioning a survey next time you're looking, not spending money now, in more localised areas at some point to see what the difference is across the county.
A follow-up that I wanted to make as well. It's a random survey selection. Is there any analysis or weighting for urban areas versus rural? Because I think a common theme that's coming up is residents' lived experience versus the statistics that are being presented. And somebody living in Boscombe or Charminster may have a very different safety index to somebody living in rural Dorset in a nice hamlet somewhere.
I totally accept that. That's why that survey was randomised, not just across demographics, i.e. age, it was also randomised across geography as well. But what you're saying is we do have our own surveys, which we do across Dorset, and we always keep the questions the same so as we can track and see what's going on. And I'm certain we've come back here before and spoken about that. Yeah.
Okay, we should probably push on to Councillor Trent, your question under this priority area.
Thank you, Chair. Before I ask the question, bear in mind that because I had thought of a question in priority 3, but for propagation, also consider violence against women and girls. and also along with social media and echo chambers, influencers. But if that makes sense after the question, what influence can the Commissioner exert in counteracting the role that social media and echo chambers play in the propagation of hate crimes?
Sorry. The issue of hate crime, social media, and indeed you're right to include violence against women and girls. I would also include something else as well. I would include the propagation of addiction as well through social media. You are absolutely right about that. But this is not a Dorset issue. This is a national issue which needs to be addressed. So I have lobbied extensively and actually inputted myself into the online bill which came forward. For example, one of the things which is happening, I believe, tomorrow, is age identification into pornography sites to make it harder for kids to get into those. But we've got to change the culture, and that's the hardest thing for us to do. Right? I'm really worried about trends on social media where there are actors who want to basically radicalize our young people. And that radicalization could take the form of terrorist radicalization, but something much more insidious, which is about a radicalization about the joy of violence, for example. And there are some very, very nasty websites out there who are trying to get young people to almost gain points or clicks for doing things to other young people. Particularly worrying, for example, is if it is targeted at a young girl and that person is trying to satisfy themselves by doing it. I know there's work both on a national basis and international basis in order to try and look at that. Social media companies do not respond quick enough. I would want them to do more. Details aren't passed on to the police sometimes when they need them. There is a clear difference between what I'm talking about, which is trying to increase hate and violence in our society, but the issue of free speech. And I'm very clear that to start, actually, what we've got to do, and this is where I believe I do have a role and I can make a difference, apart from lobbying, is to make some play around the issue of the use of mobile phones amongst our young people. At this moment in time, the average age of a young person getting a mobile phone is between 6 and 7. And what is happening is, and one of the elements here, is that a young person gets a mobile phone, potentially for good reason. The parent wants to keep in contact with them. But these aren't mobile phones anymore, right? These have more computing power than it took to get Apollo 11 to the moon. I'm probably out of date with that analogy now. The point is you lay yourself open to the guy who wants you to do a little job for them and be part of their gang to do with drugs. Somebody who wants you to they want to put across their philosophy about hate against certain groups. The paedophile. Have I left anybody out? And we're not talking enough about that and the effect of those mobile phones. In Australia, they've said young people shouldn't have a mobile phone until they're 16. I have a lot of sympathy with that. I think there's a campaign, and I'm looking into how to do it at the moment. I think there is a campaign for parents, which I would like to see. It's something I might take to the region, actually, because we could probably do it regionally, which says, think about what you're doing. Because I bet every single one of us, when we've got a new mobile phone, we've passed down our phone to a younger member of the family. How many people remembered to put the age control stuff on that phone? That to me is a key issue. So there is more to be done, but it's a national thing and it's a cultural thing that we've got to get right.
I would like to follow up on especially the issue of social media and its effect on children. There is a national campaign group called Smartphone Free Childhood, who have been doing some excellent campaigning. There is also a Dorset Smartphone Free Childhood, which has hundreds of family members, and there are models that are being rolled out in different parts of the country. But I have had interactions with the SFC Dorset group. They are very committed. They have a good approach based on best practice, and I think they would value a conversation with yourself.
Well, look, I'd be delighted because it fits exactly with where I'm going. So I had heard of that group, but to date they haven't got in contact with me.
Okay.
Oh, hang on a minute. Update. My violence reduction and prevention team have been in contact with them. So even though they haven't spoken to me yet, they've spoken to my team. So that's good news.
That is good news. And if you'd be willing to potentially meet with a group, I'm quite happy to take that as an offline action.
No need to. The Violence Reduction Partnership will bring them to me when they've had their discussions with them.
Perfect. Thank you. Trent.
Yeah, if I can follow up briefly on that, I appreciate that a lot of this is outside a Dorset-wide thing, but is there a pan-Dorset partnership role, and I'm talking about the councils and the PCC, etc., in improving youth engagement and education on these matters? Because young people don't always get the guidance they need to get, and there's very much a it's a thing about growing up, isn't it? You're influenced by what's around you, and I appreciate that we haven't got the number of youth clubs and the amount of youth engagement we used to have, but we do need to engage with young people and try to help them resist these problems. And I'm wondering whether there's a pan-Dorset role that can be sort of explored or improved on, because I'm sure there's stuff going on, but is there scope to improve it?
Well, first of all, that's what my Violence Reduction Partnership will be looking at. At the moment, there's 2 child safeguarding apparatuses, if I can put it that way. There's one for Dorset and there's one for BCP. So you've got the child safeguarding boards. My Violence Reduction and Prevention team will be looking at what we can do across Dorset, so they'll be working with them. So I suspect that's the way it is. If you're asking, is there a created board which specifically looks at mobile phones across Pan Dorset? No, there's not that I'm aware of. But this, there's obviously the community are doing something, and it's picked up, as I say, by my Violence Reduction and Prevention team.
Yeah, it's more to do with the education side of it and influencing young people to sort of stand up against this kind of thing. Youth clubs used to do a good job of doing that. There are less of those around now, but it's that kind of angle that I was looking at.
Well, that's why, if you recall, I said earlier about the Violence Reduction and Prevention team, they're doing the consultation with young people and a survey. That's to understand the issues that affect them. And then they'll be able to put together programs. And I suspect this will be one of them, because I suspect this will come out in their work.
I would follow up that we have had motions to council in BCP asking for our children's portfolio holder to engage with head teachers, to engage with the MPs and the government and to come up with a code of practice. Part of that motion was also to engage the Youth Forum and Youth Parliament members of Dorset so that we can get feedback directly from the generations affected by this on what would work for them, rather than it being the typical older generation dictating to the youth what they should do. There is work to be done. Liz has just pointed out that there is a Pan Dorset. Could you unlock that again for me? A Pan Dorset children's safeguarding panel.
Yeah, there's there are various activities around the conurbation that are engaged in shared work on this. So I've just done a quick search, and there's lots of links online.
In particular, there was a
Pan Dorset Safeguarding Children Partnership.
That's not one that's.
It's not Pan Dorset anymore. It's split. It's
Okay.
split.
Okay.
Whatever it is now.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. It's one in Dorset and there's one in BCP.
Okay, so I would like to move on if possible. Oh, pardon me, you have waited very patiently, Councillor Rampton.
I've got to sit on that side next time.
It's a bit of a blind spot for me here, actually, I have to admit.
I will be quick, because I know that we're behind time. But I was just really pleased to note that you're still working with People First Forum on and the witness profiler. My question, I've got two bits of the question actually. My question is, does the People First Forum and the Learning Disability Advisor and the profiler support people with a learning disability who have been accused of a crime? Do they help them get through the criminal justice system? And the second part of my question is, I see that you provided a funding contribution for mental health treatment requirements. Does that include people with a dual diagnosis of mental health and learning disability?
Okay, on the first question, yes. First question, yes. On the second question, I would assume so, but I don't have the detail. I mean, a mental health treatment requirement should be applied to whoever, irrelevant of their status, if you see what I mean. If that's the question you're asking, if I understand it correctly.
Yes, and obviously the outcomes for people with a learning disability and dual diagnosis are very poor.
Yes,
if they
absolutely.
are not supported through the criminal justice system. So I'm just concerned that we do everything we can.
The first part, yes, because that's what People First do. That's my understanding. The second part, I haven't got the detail, but I would assume so. It would make no sense not to, if you see what I mean. I will double check that. That will be one action. We'll double check. So what you're asking is, does the mental health treatment requirement take into account their status? That's what you're asking, isn't it? Yes. Okay, cool.
Okay, thank you for the question and the follow-up. We have priority 6. I had really hoped to cover this before 1:30. I do not believe this meeting should be extended beyond 2 p.m. If it comes to it, I will put it to a vote. But my personal feeling is we should not be spending 4 hours straight on this. So we still have a number of reports to note at the very least. We will move now to priority 6 within the monitoring report. I have an advanced question on this. I'll also go over to see if the priority lead present has a question. So we held the last panel we held was the budget, where we engaged in a great deal of scrutiny, and it was very revealing. At the budget panel this year, The Chief Constable said that in the region of an additional £12 million a year would be needed to provide what she considered to be a good service across the board to the people of Dorset. The current funding via council tax precept is disproportionately paid by Dorset residents. We are paying around, I believe, 54% of Dorset Police funding comes from council tax precept. That is out of line with a national average of 25%. The two prongs to the question are, what action is the PCC taking to ensure that Dorset is getting a fair deal when it comes to funding from central government that reflects the seasonal and geographic factors? Will the PCC work with this panel to achieve a letter of joint endeavour, which we can extend to council leaders and the MPs to raise our voice significantly enough to get a result on this?
Well, look, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Panel's ongoing support is most welcome. I've spoken before. The first time that I spoke about this, when we had the new tranche of MPs, I said that I was going to try for a collective endeavour in order to get it going. I really appreciate the opportunity to highlight what I've been doing, because it isn't just about their voices, panel's voice, my voice. I'm trying to use every voice I can get hold of. I have, for example, had discussions with Unison, who are the union for the staff members of Dorset Police. And they are on exactly the same page and have made representations to the government on this issue, exactly the same. The same with the Federation. I have also gone to the press because of my frustration and asked the press to make noise about the national funding formula, which they duly did. As the public would expect, and I ain't going to stop, I'm going to continue to be vocal on this subject. I'm going to take every opportunity there is to raise this both in person and in writing, and continue to seek the support of our MPs in order to do that. It has to be a collective endeavour. I wrote to the Home Secretary at the end of April, highlighting the local successes of the hotspot policing initiative, the relentless tackling of ASB, the fact that we are improving, gone from 10th to 8th safest place in the country. However, the letter went on. Despite those successes, Dorset had to achieve over £15 million in savings. And you will be aware of the mutually agreed resignation scheme, the 78 members of the force which had to go. And so I made the point about the neighbourhood policing guarantee. It's all very well making noises about this and loud noises about how wonderful this is. But in Dorset, what that will mean, because we are funded the lowest for that particular fund, we will only achieve the movement of 40 police officers back to the front line. I was very clear that this is because of the perverse nature of the national funding formula, which has been operating since 2013 and excludes the factors which affect us, the seasonality, the rurality. I called on her to do the right thing, specifically to enact the funding formula, taking into account those factors, to ensure that we have VRUs in every force area. There was a commitment at one time from the Treasury that would happen. That went by the wayside. And to no longer use the national funding formula for the calculation of other policing grants, because not only is it the general grant, it has been used for virtually everything else. I recognised then that this will take political courage, as large forces are the ones which may not benefit from a new national funding formula. I am aware the Home Office did the calculations. I'm also aware that a relatively small number of forces would be affected negatively. And I'm aware that we would have something like well, let's not put a number on it, but we would have a significant change in our finance if they enacted the national funding formula. So I also explained how it was possible to actually address that. We've talked about the fact that the burden falls on our people the most. The average actually is 34%, but some forces, the best favoured, their people only have to pay 20% of their police force cost. I made a couple of suggestions around that, one being that enact the funding formula, but allow those forces who are affected negatively to address their precepts, to vary more than the usual precept variation. To date, Chair, I have not received a reply. And that, quite frankly, is woeful. And that is, it is not that we have not followed up and asked. The purpose of the Home Secretary letter was to get a response, to allow a dialogue to happen. There is another opportunity. The early summer demand, which doesn't come into this quarter, so I'm not going to go into it in great detail. But we have had an early summer demand which has been unprecedented. That gives us some ammunition to go back. I have got the force actually costing the effect of that early summer demand at the moment to give me the ammunition and the bullets to fire. And with that data, with that letter, I will ask the MPs to come together for a collective endeavour again. And I will make the same ask to the panel, and we'll sign that letter together. Because that will give me an opportunity with a tactical problem, which I can link to the strategic problem directly. Because the tactical problem is that we have 25 million day visitors. The tactical problem is that we can have 300,000 people turn up on our beaches. The tactical problem is a significant proportion, if not all of them, no, that's not fair to say all of them, but a significant proportion of them do not come from Dorset. That is why Dorset Police and British Transport Police have been working so hard on the stations in order to address these issues. So I will follow up on the point I made to the policing minister in person 2 weeks ago. When I talked about the national funding formula, I suggested a special grant for the 10 bottom forces because they are affected by sparsity and seasonality. And I also suggested that perhaps the well-funded metropolitan forces could send us some of their cash. Because if we're policing their residents, and if, in effect, Dorset residents are subsidising their policing, then that's got to change. So we've still got shots in our locker. I welcome the fact that the panel will support a collective endeavour. I'm just building that data set to allow me to go to that. And then I will go back to the different MPs and ask them to support that collective endeavour. To be fair to the MPs, some of them have spoken in the House. Some of them say to me they're working behind the scenes. Residents will make their own minds up about whether they are talking about police funding. But I'm very clear that we try with this collective endeavour, with this data which we can now use, with the guilt trip I am going to lay on the Home Secretary about the fact we haven't even had an answer to the letter, that we will try and uncork this bottle, open this can, make a difference for the people of Dorset, because quite frankly, as you can probably tell, I am getting frustrated on their behalf. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I think every community representative in this room equally feels this from their residents as well. With every thread we have pulled over the last 2 years, it comes down ultimately to this issue. Yeah. I really commend the efforts of yourself and your officers in continually pushing central government to release this. And this is long in the making. We have probably gone through 3 or more governments of different political stripes to get to this point. This isn't a particularly political issue. It is all about getting a fair deal for Dorset residents. The joint endeavour, I feel, allows the MPs to take a less fragmented approach and gather under a single banner where we can loudly raise our voices collectively across the authorities, the MPs, even the potential for the unions to come on board. I do think we need to shout loudly and have this good, well-structured ask of the Home Secretary and the Policing Minister. And I think everybody in this room would stand ready to support your actions on this.
You're absolutely right. This is where I would have liked to have gone straight at the start. It wasn't possible to do it. I think there is now, it is obvious that the fragmented approach isn't working. And therefore, I think there is a much greater argument for us all to come together in order to try and address this. And that is what I intend to do. As I say, at the moment, the force of building a data set, they may need a little bit longer. But I want to get that back in so it's there ready when recess is over.
I am very encouraged by that response, and I really think we all look forward to progressing this. So I'm conscious of the time and the 3 additional papers that we have to note and intro. I do not think we are going to have time to have a really deep debate around each of these. Commissioner.
Chair, look, I appreciate the problem we're under in that we have a quarterly monitoring report, which is absolutely about the police and crime plan. That's absolutely what the people of Dorset want to hear and how it's progressing. So I understand why we give it so much time and intensity, and that's absolutely correct. Problem we've got now is that we've got 2 special subjects of particular note: violence against women and girls and well-being. We've got 20 minutes, right? So I can do the annual report in 2 seconds. The annual report categorises the work of my office across the last year. I will not take 10 minutes to explain all the good work that has gone on and just say it is there for noting. So that is the annual report done if the chair and the panel agree.
I appreciate that, and I fully expect everybody present to have read and digested the annual report. I personally commend the report and the focuses within it, particularly on hotspot policing and violence against women and girls.
Yep. So that leaves us with the 2 papers. Now, normally the way that I would do it is I would want to introduce the papers because I would pick out on some of the main themes, some of the things which concern me, some of the things which are trying to be addressed. If I do that, it will take 20 minutes to do the first paper, probably. Now, the choices are, we go straight to questions and we try and do both papers. I'm happy to do that, but I still feel they might be shortchanged. So I think it's up to you as a chair how you want to play that one.
So what I would say is, I think if we go straight to questions, we should be able to cover the wide range of relevance within those papers. If there is anything that you feel has been egregiously under-discussed, maybe rather than an introduction, we go for a summary.
Sounds fine to me.
Okay.
So we just go to questions then.
Indeed. So the first paper is item 8, community safety for women and girls across Dorset. This has been, as always, a fantastically in-depth, evidenced, well-referenced paper, and I absolutely commend the OPCC officers for generating it. And without further ado, I open it up to the panel for any questions arising. Okay, so I would like to make some notes on the paper. Within the introduction, it's noted that, and I hope people note this as a common theme. In 1.1, notes the persistent disparity between recorded crime data and the lived experiences of women and girls. This has been very much a recurring theme of this meeting. The paper challenges. The paper highlights the challenges impacting the voluntary and community sector. Specialist services such as rape crisis centres, stalking, domestic abuse, advocacy workers are typically delivered by an underfunded third sector. This is important to note, I feel. I will move, if there was a question I had actually. The OPCC, in partnership with local authorities, bid for round 5 of the Home Office Safer Streets Fund, subsequently being awarded £785,000 to support this work. Is there a new round of Safer Streets for 25-26?
Well, this is one of my frustrations, not that I'm aware of. So the government has said that they've got these missions to cut violence against women, to halve violence against women and girls, to halve knife crime, and to make our streets safer. But the Safer Streets funding, I do not believe, is continuing. So therefore, what is going to give the funding pot to allow the work to progress, to keep everybody safe, but particularly women and girls? Because if you look at the initiatives that were created, they range from everything from creating safer spaces and having a scheme in BCP, the Unity project, in order to do that, to fundamental things like CCTV. What pot are we going to be able to pitch into? And if we're not going to be able to pitch into a pot, you will excuse my cynicism, right? But the VRUs are given to certain forces, 22 different forces across the UK. Is this a general trend that because we are already one of the safest places, we will not be funded to actually do the prevention work in order to keep people safe? It remains to be seen. But you will have seen that in the letter to the Home Secretary, I talked about VRUs. I could equally talk about safer streets. At one stage, I was worried that the whole of the addiction strategy, the from harm to hope, was going to disappear as well. That isn't the case. But as yet, at this moment in time, I do not know what will replace safer streets, if anything. And so that's that's another message. But we've got to pick our battles and keep ourselves tight for the next communication. But yes, I have those concerns, which is why I want to keep doing what I can with what I've got, if you see what I mean. But what I can't do, and Alistair, you will know this because we've had this discussion, I cannot use my funds, which is that big, to try and replace the local authority when it comes to CCTV. Right?
I do recall a recent grant bid along those lines, but that's,
exactly my point. Yeah, I can't be a local authority. I don't have the funds to be a local authority. It is about prioritisation within the local authority, and perhaps those discussions have to be had.
I won't get into a major to and fro about local authority versus police funding, other than we are all suffering from a lack of budget here. And
so together we can ask for more safer streets funding then, can't we?
I would be happy, both as a councillor and a chair of this panel, to support the request to reinstate safer streets. I think it's vital, and I'm dismayed that it has not been renewed to this point. Go too wildly adrift. Are there any key points that you would like to note on the report?
Only to say that the work continues. Only to say that the work continues. I mean, it's very clear that, you know, despite safer streets going, there is still a lot can be done with partners, and we're still doing it with partners. One example I wanted to say is I do bring together different groups in order to discuss this issue in particular. We had, for example, a conference for professionals working to tackle VORG, which went down extremely well. And there was a lot of topics discussed. Everything from the detective inspector talking about child abuse from the child abuse team, to a forensic paediatrician talking about the Sexual Assault Referral Centre, the SARC, and what went on with that. So I will keep doing that. There was representation across the piece from different organisations. People like Paragon, the Pineapple Project, Acts Fast, etc. And brigading those partners is one of the things that I think is important for me to do, and I will keep doing it. We also have the VORG scrutiny panel, which I instituted in order to scrutinise the handling of public contact regarding VORG cases such as rape, stalking and domestic abuse, to make certain that that is absolutely spot on. And there's a panel example in there for you. We've talked about the Safer Streets Fund. I'm not going to go into that. We've talked about the financial challenges. I guess the only point I make about the financial challenges is our partners are suffering too. You made the point about local authority, but also you'll notice British Transport Police also are in the same boat. We just have to keep the pressure on, because if a government loses the key priority, which is to keep the people safe, we have a problem. And we have to keep that pressure on. I think that's it. The last point about an overall strategy, some of those things were already being done. If there was an overall strategy, then yes, of course, I'd heartily endorse it. But we had an overall strategy, for example, on children's safeguarding. We've now got 2 groups on children's safeguarding. So I'm not going to hold my breath, and we're going to carry on doing what we're doing to try and keep women and girls safe in our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I would move swiftly on now to the second paper being presented, which is around staff, frontline police staff health and well-being. I will approach this in the same way, with any questions first and then a summary to fill any perceived gaps, if that is acceptable. Liz, would you like to lead with any analysis or questions?
I prepared a short paper, I think, that was shared with your office about staff wellbeing, and I picked up some of the statistics we looked at previously, together with some of the findings of the Peel report. So I really just want to focus on 1 or 2 areas of that. So if I pick out a question, how does the PCC evaluate the accessibility and effectiveness of support services currently in place for staff, and remove any barriers to access the available support?
Thank you. I assess that by talking to people. I assess that by getting surveys, because I think that's probably the best way of addressing it. I also make a point myself of going out and being with the force. So, for example, what's the day today? Tuesday night, I spent some time in and around Bournemouth, and I spoke to an officer, and this was a really interesting interaction, because there is a survey result, and then there's sometimes when you talk to people, and this person was absolutely motivated, absolutely upfront. He does one of the most difficult jobs in the force, right? He does a job where he is on the arms response vehicle. So those are dealing with the knife crime. Luckily, we don't get too many firearms incidents, or going through a door and not knowing what to expect. He's in Bournemouth, not because he's doing that. He's in Bournemouth because he's using some of his overtime to go out and be a traffic officer because he loves the job. Now that's out of kilter with the survey. And so there is something for me about continuing that talking to people, but it's also about getting under the floors of the survey. There's a couple of threads in it, which quite frankly, I'm confused about, but I think that could be with the timing of the survey. So the one I'm confused about is the workload too high or much too high. Now that says we are lower than the national average at 56% versus 63%. I would question the timing of the survey versus summer demand. Now you won't get so many responses if you try and do a survey during the summer demand. But what I do know is we haven't had it for a number of years because it was a one-off, unfortunately. But 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, there was a survey done by a university which looked at the individual officer demand. And it looked at it in the summer. And guess what? Dorset Police had the highest individual officer demand. Now, I think there is something about that. I don't understand why that is not higher. And I think that could be the explanation. I'm clear on the strain on the force in the summer. And that's why I'm spending summer doing what I do every summer, which is being out as much as possible and seeing people. The other one, which also, of all these, the one which is most out of kilter with the national is disrespected by government. I refer you to our previous conversation of a few minutes ago. Dorset Police know they're being asked to do a job. And one of the most stressful things is when you're being asked to do a job and you want to do that job, you want to do it really, really well. And they're magnificent in doing that, but there's not enough of you to do it. And you know that representations have been made and made and made about that. So that one there worries me. So I measure it by surveys, but I also do my own questioning and my own asks. And I will do that every time I'm out with the force and talking to the individual officers.
I think I've got a high level strategic question, really. I absolutely appreciate the interaction you have with the community because you're highly visible and you report regularly on your activity. But I don't see quite so much coming from the Chief Constable. And I know that's not my role to hold her to account, but I would ask you how you are holding the Chief Constable to account for ensuring a positive culture of leadership and well-being, including monitoring and mitigating the risk of burnout, trauma-related absence, and workforce attrition. And I note that in the Peel report that the assessment for leadership and force management was assessed as adequate.
Yes, which put us in a better position than some of the forces in the southwest on that measure.
Well, we need to worry about our force. So if you could just give some insight into how you...
I was just moving on, Liz.
Oh, thank you.
So, well, look, there's a number of scrutiny boards which would look at health and well-being. Those are outlined in the paper. Those vary from the Alliance Board chaired by the Assistant Chief Officers of both Dorset Police and Devon and Cornwall Police. You're asking me about when do I talk about this with the Chief Constable. I would talk about this on a regular basis. I have weekly meetings with her. And particularly with the summer demand, I've had those weekly meetings with her. And one of the things that we have discussed, you were asking about it, is we have discussed leadership and making sure that leadership is visible to the force, because that is part of it. I know, for example, that this is embedded. I know that the Chief Constable believes in this. She was with the custody suite, for example, within the last couple of weeks. I have seen her in the centre of Bournemouth take off after a drug dealer being there operating with the teams. I know she goes to early calls, early briefings. Amanda leads from the front. She isn't somebody who courts press coverage. She believes in leading the force, and that is what she does. But also, I've spoken to her about getting that embedded down through all the ranks. So I know, for example, that the Assistant Chief Constable, I think, has himself in the last week had five, has basically arrested 5 people. So he's out there doing this as well. And there is loads on the internal SharePoint system showing the chief officers leading from the front. So from the point of view of the well-being and the trauma and that side of it, we assess it through the boards. So, for example, you will see in the paper that one of the things I was particularly worried about was the issue of occupational health. Now, the issue of occupational health is a complicated one because you've got your internal process. But that internal process dovetails with the NHS. And the internal process, there are issues. And therefore, there is a gold command which was set up in order to address those issues. And we're monitoring how that's going and all the rest of it. That's already paying dividends and beginning to reduce the problem. But the fundamental issue around that is if we have somebody who's hurt, somebody who gets thumped, or somebody who has a mental health crisis, we need the NHS. There is no special deal for police officers to jump the queue. We are at the same issue with the appointments and all of that which the NHS has. And we know that mental health is underfunded in this country. So those are some of the factors. We're looking at the internal factors. We're monitoring them through the boards. I'm keeping abreast with it with the Chief Constable. I'm talking about visible leadership because that's what's required. And sometimes it's the small things. So, for example, with summer demand, I'm putting a certain amount of money, a small amount of money, admittedly, but a small amount of money to make a difference. And we're looking at what we can make a difference with to keep them going during the summer. It may be water bottles, it may be sweets, little things which also will help them on their way. Because otherwise they've got to kind of, it's a patchwork of what they struggle with. So everything from the biggest issue to the smallest issue we're considering, because we understand that the health and well-being of our people is so critically important. Our ability to do things about it is again limited by funding. Otherwise, I could wave a magic wand and send them all to private, couldn't I? Private appointments. Can't do that, otherwise I'm taking money off the front line. So I hope that gives you a better breadth of how I'm doing it and where I'm doing it. Thank you.
This is a hugely important area, and I really wish we had more time to drill down into it. There is an issue here in terms of, I would like to refer to something Dorset Police Federation posted regarding a police oracle survey in terms of, they noted that the figures for this year and last year were a marginal improvement, but there were still 211 officers signed off in Dorset due to stress, depression, anxiety, or post-traumatic stress disorder. That was revealed under freedom of information request. Ultimately, their working environment is disproportionately leading them to mental and physical health crisis, and they can't be fast tracked through the NHS or get private treatment. But there is something within their exposure in the workplace which is leading to human trauma and immeasurable harm. And I just hope that we are on a path assessing this and making the best possible choices for our staff, because ultimately we have to understand that it is in the delivery of the police and crime plan that these officers are being exposed to the trauma and mental health and physical health issues. As a note, that can be a note, but I certainly give you a right to reply to that.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're talking about the a particular issue around the trauma, and I was very clear about this because there was something called TRIM, the Trauma Risk Informed Management. You'll see in the paper, there's quite a box about that. Now, a couple of years ago, that was in place primarily for road policing units. You can understand why. I don't have to paint a picture around that. But the force now have adopted it and rolled it out because there are other elements of the force who also will deal with trauma on a regular basis. And I'm really happy that they've done that. So between April and March, 214 incidents were followed up in Dorset with 991 employees contacted, 55 assessments taking place, and around 35% of individuals assessed or referred for psychological support. So I'm very clear that we have a better trauma assessment process and dealing with that issue. What we need to deal with, though, is we need to deal with the issues which are more general than the trauma as well. And a lot of that is to do with smaller things, but more important things to the individuals. Am I getting paid enough? Is there enough people to do the job? Do I feel respected and valued? Now, I can tell the force they are respected and valued by Dorset Police. I can make certain the leadership tells them they are respected and valued by the leadership. I can't do anything about the fundamental issue around delivering more people. And that, to me, is the fundamental underlying cause of a significant amount of the stress. If you put that with what we knew about the individual demand 2 or 3 years ago, nothing's changed about that demand. What has changed is we've had to take a significant amount of savings out of Dorset Police, including people. And that's why I come back to it again and say this has got to change. Not just for the people of Dorset and their precept, but more importantly for the officers who are keeping us safe every day of the week.
I think that is a good, strong and positive note to conclude the review of this report. Again, each time we pull a thread, we come back to the same place.
We do.
And
Absolutely we do.
I do believe we are unified in our desire to seek the best and most efficient, timely resolution to this funding issue. Councillor Sidaway, I note that we have gone 10 minutes over my red
haven't
line.
given the panel chance to ask any questions at this point, Alistair.
I realise.
What jumped out at me from that table was that whilst in Dorset we were fractionally worse than the national average on most of them, that the national average is very high. So what is happening at a national level? I understand what you're doing locally, but if you fix the funding formula, well, they're still complaining about it and they haven't got a funding formula problem. So there's other things going on. So what's happening when you get together with other PCCs to fix these problems on a national scale?
Well, I would say that a significant number of them do have funding issues. So, when my understanding of the new funding formula, if it ever gets enacted, is that there is relatively few police forces which would lose under it. Most of us would gain. The bottom 10, right, which are forces like ours, are really suffering. The bottom 3 are suffering more. That's Essex, Lincoln, and us, right? So I would say that is a contributing factor to that. Another factor is, and I'm going to be blunt, the media tend to batter policing a lot. So although I know what the residents of Dorset think about their police force, from what they tell me, and from what I see when they do something, a classic example, I haven't even spoken about it, Chair, so I'm not going to talk about it, is Operation Scorpion, the drug operation across the southwest. When we talk about that and the success of that, we get lots of positive comments about it. When we look at things, when we do the precept, people say, yes, we will pay a bit more because we understand. Dorset Police, by and large, have the great support of the people of Dorset. But policing elsewhere may not feel that, and it may not feel anything other than at the moment we are completely underfunded as an organisation. I'm also a great believer in something called hygiene factors. So it is what's happening to you comparable to everybody else. And the one that I will pick out is after COVID, the government decided to give an uplift in money to the public sector. And they gave it to fire and teachers and health. Who missed out? The police. So I think there's many factors, but policing morale generally is not in a good place. And we do talk about it as PCCs. And so does the National Police Chiefs Council. And you will have heard other people howling for more funding. So I think the pie has to get bigger, but Hell's Teeth is not being distributed fairly.
I understand that. I think what worries me about this is if I was considering joining the police now, or if my children were considering, and you looked at that table, you'd probably go somewhere else, wouldn't you? And that's a worrying place for us to be as we look forward over the next 10 years of policing.
Well, look, I couldn't agree with you more. But what we still have is we still have recruits coming forward. We still have individuals like that officer who I met the other night, who I wondered what he was doing there in his ARV uniform and all the rest of it, because I wasn't aware of anything big happening. And he's telling me he's doing a couple of extra shifts because he likes being a road policing officer. You know, it is people like that, it's people who go the extra mile that we have to continue to value, which is why I was very pleased about the wellbeing paper coming forward here to shine a lens on it. But yes, we need more funding in policing, and we need more appreciation for the police, not least by the press.
I will offer one last line of questioning on this paper, and then we'd like to take it up. In which case, we have some just a couple of items in terms of complaints.
Thank you, Chair. I can be really brief on this, I promise.
Excellent.
I'll do it in a minute.
Holden.
So, complaints update. We've had 2 complaints received since the last meeting. The first has been investigated by the monitoring officer for the office, and the complaint has not been upheld, and the complainant has been advised, and I don't believe there's any further action at this time. The second complaint has only just recently been received, and that's been passed to the monitoring officer for investigation. One final point, we've got 2 vacancies for the complaints subcommittee. In view of the time, Chair, I wonder whether perhaps we seek volunteers outside of the meeting for ratification at the next panel meeting. If something happens in the meantime and we need to call the committee together, the complaints protocol allows any members of the panel to sit on it. So I believe we've got sufficient coverage.
I'm happy to proceed in that way.
And that brings us to the forward plan, Chair. There's a number of items that the panel have suggested, and again, perhaps that is perhaps something to finalise outside of the meeting.
I think provide the forward work items for the next meeting. We can do that outside of this panel. Did not work, did it? Urgent items.
I haven't got an urgent item, Chair. I did just want to say one thing, which is addressed to the public, really. We spent a lot of time in this panel giving really, really good, intense scrutiny around issues around the police and crime plan, other significant reports, etc. We talk a lot about the constraints and the barriers, and we talk a lot about the issue of funding. It should be recognised, though, that Dorset Police are still delivering the police and crime plan, which is working for the people of Dorset. ASB is down, violent crime is down, and positive outcomes are up. I think it's important to remember that. In some ways, it may be a problem because it means the government can say we're too safe. But in my view, it is about keeping us safer still. And I will keep on fighting in order to do that. And thank you for the panel support.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I reiterate the support of the panel in your efforts to secure the people of Dorset. I don't believe we have any exempt business, which leads me to call the panel to a close and thank everybody for your attendance, diligence and contribution to this meeting. In terms of provision from the Office of the OPCC, as always, outstanding contributions, whether that's the preparation of the papers, the figures, or the overarching strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. That is appreciated.
And thank you for your ongoing hard work, Commissioner. We will be in touch.